It's a delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. One can eat their fill, still stay until the delicious last course. It's a delicious last course. Oh, that delicious last course. There's our cakes and pies, a dozen scones, oh my, for that delicious last course. Oh, Miss Childish just wants to be just as real can be. With a wonder tart, chicken they take heart, it's off to the bakery. Chef Salt Baker has a plan, the best tart maker in the land. If they're expedient with the ingredients, then he might just lend a hand. With that delicious last course, oh that delicious last course. If there's a single meal to help make Chalice real, it's a delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. Oh, the delicious last course. Searching a la carte to make the wonder tart for the delicious last course. Using recipes to get necessities for the delicious last course. We're making a song as long as nothing goes wrong. With that delicious last course.
Welcome to today's coverage of Cuphead, the delicious last course, which finally released today after years and years of anticipation. It was, of course, extremely vital that we listened to the entire overture. Now let's get into the game. Now, I have been in this file since installing the DLC, which is why we didn't get the introductory message that points you to where you're supposed to go to unlock Inkwell Isle 4, which is the new zone that has opened up with content that was added in this latest package. You are pointed pretty much directly to the boatmen, and we'll talk to them in due course. But first, let's take a look at the shop to see if anything new has been brought in. So in my original file, I managed to take it up to about 110% just in the base content in vanilla. I bought everything except for the coffee, because I think in the vanilla content I was still missing one coin, probably just something I failed to pick up in the overworld somewhere along the way. We have a couple of new things that have been added with the additional content pack, and so I assume we'll collect all the coins that are necessary for, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15 additional coins, which we'll pick up somewhere along the way. So yeah, that's a new weapon, 2 new weapons. This is interesting, a heart ring, we'll probably save up for that. Given that heart replenishment, if it counts properly towards your score with the health that you have at the end, would be extremely useful. Also being one of the items that would effectively increase your health pool going into a fight without necessarily taking away from your damage potential, unlike some of the other items already in the base game. And yeah, 3 different weapons, in fact. We'll have to consider them as we go. Right now, this is the loadout that I'm using. I've got the roundabout, which is the chakram weapon, and a spread, which is the shotgun. This is just what I've been playing around with lately after warming up a bit in the game, after having been away from it since early 2019 when it released on the Switch. I still don't really have the hang of controlling the giant ghost, so we had switched back to Energy Beam for the time being, and again, we've collected everything but the coffee in the base game. And yeah, I'd started working on some A+ and some S, but not a lot of time to review any of this before we get into the new content. I might as well show off the controller setup, because we did make a couple of customizations. Mostly because I realized I had a lot of muscle memory left over from Metroid Dread, so I switched the lock-on over to L. Dash is on ZR because that was what I originally used in tandem with playing a lot of Hollow Knight at the time, many years ago. And other than that, I've got a special and a ZL. I think that's pretty much it for the customizations from the defaults that I scarcely even remember. That's enough by way of a preamble, though. Let's see the new content. hopefully the sound balance is also okay. I certainly hope that the sound is going to hold up over the course of this stream, just given how important audio is to the Cuphead experience. But anyway, the legendary Chalice bid me carry a message to you. She needs your help. A far-off isle, a mysterious discovery. The boat awaits. Let us depart. So if I'm not mistaken, we'll be taken to Inkwell Isle number 4. Given that this is available right after Isle number 1, I kind of wonder how we'll do for difficulty tuning. This is too pretty not to screenshot, of course. But here's the delicious last course. Could the legendary Chalice be looking for all the way out here? And gosh, Cuphead, I don't know. I hope she's okay. We sure are far from home. Jumpin' jelly beans, you boys made it. I have the most amazing news. And it all has to do with this here cookie. Take a bite and see for yourselves. And it worked. It really worked. I'm alive again. Looks like Mugman is dead and it just had a bit of a soul swap. Served this game right for not supporting 3 players. But now I'm a ghost. Well, poor Mugman. What's going on here? Everything's gone topsy-turvy. Follow me, boys. I can explain everything. For ages, I've been trying to find a way to escape the astral plane, but nothing worked. Now, doesn't this incidentally imply that going into this part of the story, Miss Chalice was already dead? Let's not think too hard about it. Anyway, to the bakery. Until now, boys, let me introduce you to Chef Saltbaker, the greatest chef in all the lands. Welcome, friends. Welcome to my bakery. Ah, Miss Chalice, I see my cookie has worked wonders on you. Oh, my stars. I'm a ghost again. Well, that didn't last. Oh my, finicky thing, that cookie. The taste is sweet, but the effect is brief. Fret not, though, my concerned little cups. I've come up with an amazing new recipe. 1 bite of this Wonder Tart and you'll have complete control over the astral plane. This Wonder Tart could bring Chalice back to life for good. No swapping places or nothing. Indeed, just one problem. The recipe requires exceptional ingredients held by the most fearsome of foes. Well, if the Wonder Tart is what it takes to bring Chalice back to life, then by golly, we'll find those ingredients. Not having seen the Netflix Cuphead show, I have no idea how the voice work actually compares. But hopefully this will suffice, stylistically. Stay on your guard, intrepid cups. Fetching those ingredients will be a test of wit and wills. But remember, like any good bake, heart and soul is the secret ingredient. I believe that's 2 secret ingredients, but okay. Heart and Soul, very appropriate to the 1930s, given the old hit song by Hoagie Carmichael. Worry not, I'll keep perfecting this recipe while you're out and about. I just know you'll put yourself fully into bringing the Wonder Tart to life. The fabled ingredients await, friends. Now where did I put that salt? I don't know if he'll change anything if we chat with him again. Nope. Same old idea. Can I actually shoot anything here? Yes, I can. Alright. Let's exit. Let's see what this island is all about. So I suppose we need to finish up what we can here in order to unlock Miss Chalice in the first place. Now, I believe we have a bevy of new achievements to look at as well. But anyway, one more thing, chaps. Remember to equip that nifty cookie charm in the menu if you want to battle as Miss Chalice. I don't know if we want to try her out right away or later. Okay, so Miss Chalice replaces the charm slot completely. Gain access to her double jump, dash, parry, and invincible roll. Do we want that right away? Let's see some of the fights first, perhaps. double jump, dash, parry, and invincible roll. That seems to be pretty significant, because that seems to cover a whole bunch of abilities at once. Like invisible dash, that seems to be equivalent to the roll here with a smoke bomb. Invincible roll and dash parry, I don't know if that's the same thing. That's okay. We'll think about that later. What do we got here? Not so fast, little cup. Only Miss Chalice can explore my magical recipe book, so you must equip that cookie and menu. Fine. Fine, we'll do it. Shall we? Recipe for Miss Chalice. I guess this must be the Miss Chalice tutorial. So let's find out if we are smarter than a pigeon. It totally is the tutorial. Okay, she's got 4 HP, that's an important point. She cannot do the jump parry, actually. You just dash into the object, which means that you need to be level with it. So you need to double jump up here. Okay. But if you go over to seam, that is a problem. Let's not exit, of course. We want to get the coin up there. So dodge roll is going to be duck and roll. Looks like duck and jump is not going to send me through the floor here, but it might just be something unique to the floor. And I believe we'll need to dodge through the seam here, because that'll be invincible. Yes. Alright. Ah, okay, so as with the other parries in the game, it does seem to refresh the double jump. Let's play around with it a little bit just to see. Also, dodge roll. We already got the coin, fine. Dodge roll is going to dodge under, it's not going to parry. Also, if you hold down in midair, that does not go to the dodge roll. You obviously do need to be on the floor for that. So, it's quite a unique move that might take some getting used to, so I don't know if we'll take that into the new fights right away, but it does seem to change up the game quite considerably, in fact. So it's a single jump that's available after the parry dash. If you look at it here, let's just try it again. Whoops. Yeah, single aerial jump, I think. Let's try to test a few things. So I'm going to try to do a double jump into the parry and then try to do an additional jump out of that. Double jump, and you get one additional jump. Okay, so what if you do single jump into that? Let's try and find out. You can't actually reach that. So the entire point of this then is to teach you that you refresh one jump. Alright, let's exit. I'm sure we'll forget all of that. We do switch back for the new fights. Just to kind of get back into our comfort zone. The objective today will be to clear Inkwell Isle 4. Which character we do it as is more or less immaterial. Extra, extra. Jeff Saltbaker awarded the best baker in all the lands. Oh, you're them cups what took out the devil, ain't you? Okay, so it does recognize that I took out the devil. I'm sure that perhaps it gives you different dialogue if you have not completed the game up to this point. This isle's tough, but if you sent that in packing, you got suitcases to spare. Here, pals, take a little middle love for doing the world favors. 3 gold coins, excellent. That's 3 out of 15 of the new coins accounted for. 4 out of 15 accounted for, in fact. We're just missing 1 in the original island. And the boatman's over here. If we wanted to go back to the shop now, I was kind of eager to try out the heart refresh that we saw earlier, but what is this? Bootlegger Boogie. Hang on. So notice that, of course, because we haven't cleared any of this content, no expert mode is available just yet. We're going to switch back to what I know. I know that a lot of people swear by the smoke bomb, but first of all, I didn't want to become too dependent on that, and secondly, I find that the pea sugar gives you a little bit of a safety net if you need to do a very snappy jump into something pink. Sure, let's take this one first. Bootlegger Boogie with the Moonshine Mob. So we'll just be somewhat beliquored by the end of this, I'm sure. Alright, learning a new Cuphead fight is always a bit of an experience, of course. As we figure out what the targets are and how to get through each pattern. Oh, let's get rid of this. This guy's going to get out of the way. That looks like death. We don't want to touch any of these webs, I'm sure, but I can't actually make contact with them. They explode with time. Okay. Let's hit that. Oh, whoops. Okay. Getting zoned out quite a bit already. And that's still phase 1 out of 3. Okay. That's fine. We just need to learn what to hit and what can hit us. A couple of things to sort out here as we go in blind. Alright, you can go over him in the same deck, but we probably don't want to do that while things are exploding around us. I might want to go close range for some of the ads over here, just to... oh, whoops. And then at range, we'll go with what we know. Yeah, I quite like the DPS of the chakram weapon. I keep forgetting its name because I haven't really gotten that much use out of it. I just think of the spread as the shotgun and the... whoops. The weapon here as what it is. We haven't had too many opportunities to run into the pink just yet, but... whoa, that's a rather deadly looking phonograph. Now, a lot of this might be tuned to encourage you to use this chalice instead, actually. I'm kind of getting that sense just given the sort of low height of each of these platforms. Kind of like they're made for dashing and dodging. Let's see if we can hit that. Nope, just gonna miss it. We'll shotgun away out of these as they spawn. Whoop. Yeah, it just tosses that my way. Whoops. Just a lot of dodging to do everywhere. That's okay, it's in the nature of this game that you steadily learn what is or isn't deadly, and you eventually just do everything very cleanly, so... pretty reasonable so far, except, of course, I'm looking for the visual cue for when these skull bulbs start to explode. Whoop. I probably do want to stay on the spread for much of this, having some extra care, of course, when we're aiming downwards so I don't hit the jump button instinctively and drop. But I'm not intending to. Whoop. Whoops. Yeah, that's a bit of a mechanical habit of mine that's getting me into tons of trouble right away with these low platforms, is that I am occasionally dropping when I do mean to jump. So, might be a good idea to stay low. Yeah, definitely having these platforms run all across the screen is something that's unusual for a Cuphead fight, at least relative to the base game, in that I don't have a lot of open space to deal with. That would allow me to just stay up in the air. Now, we'll need to occasionally switch to medium range. Whoops. And just be aware of where everything is spawning. But yeah, I think the key is actually going to be to stay low, except when he's crossing over. Okay. Nope, that's not going to die. Well, a lot to learn here. But yeah, so far nothing too unreasonable, at least I don't think so. I mean, having started to work on some of the S ranks and seen to jump from normal to expert in the original vanilla fights, has radically altered my perspective on what a bullet hell actually means. Here you just need to be attentive. A great deal of Cuphead is all about knowing where to look, which is not necessarily going to be at your character. If you're trying to parse a lot of information on a fairly busy screen. And just trying to discern what's going to be relevant and where the visual cues and projectiles are going to be coming from. So, that's something you can't quite get from a streaming experience unless you have some kind of eye-tracking utility, of course. But yeah, I think we can probably stay at range with a shotgun and then occasionally go long range for some distance clearing. Whoa, okay. Let's actually be careful here. It does really seem like a lot of this fight is built to encourage you to use Miss Chalice for the dodge roll, though. So, it's entirely possible I'm making life much harder for myself than is necessary, but playing as Miss Chalice, of course, would be very much like learning a new game. And I don't know if we want to do that just yet. Yeah, that's just a dodging error right there. Electro Dude, welcome. Electro Dude, a connoisseur of bullet hells in his own right. I don't actually recall if you ever said you played Cuphead. Yeah, once again, do let me know if sound balance is going okay. I mean, I'm having a blast just listening to the audio work in this game, but hopefully it's not drowning out the commentary too much. Whoop. Yeah, I certainly hope I don't have any sound or network problems in this game today. It should be absolutely no surprise to anybody that Cuphead does feature really one of my favorite musical scores in all of video games. I'll be very interested to look at the music credits at the end of Delicious Last Course. I did so quite closely with the first game because it turns out I actually have met or do know a lot of the musicians that were involved in recording for the original release. I don't know if that's still the case this time around in terms of who they got back to record for the soundtrack this time around, but we'll find out if we actually beat some of this content. Yeah, game sound down a little bit. We can try to do that. I wasn't quite sure about how the balance would be, but maybe let's go like 80%-ish. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure how the balance would be coming in, because it did seem like this was normalized to be louder than what we normally have for Mario Maker, so we can just adjust accordingly, and do let me know how it is. Much better? Great. Dying like that in Phase 1, not so great. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have too much time to set up today, so couldn't really give the audio a bit of a pre-stream test or anything. But we seem to be doing all right. We seem to be doing a lot better in this phase, actually, now that I have decided to go for the close approach. Using the shotgun 8-way special, by the way, seems like it's probably going to be useful for this phase, given that it does do that instant screen clear on some of the ads. And yeah, we just need to be aware of when things are shaking about and when he's going to toss that my way. We're still not out of Phase 1. That's concerning. That's okay. Like I said, it's sort of in the nature of Cuphead fights that once you just learn the visual cues, the early phases are not the thing you worry about. Okay, yeah, that's right. Screen clear with the 8-way, and dodging out of that just in time. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Just trying to parry into that. That was not quite right. Yeah, until I started going for some S ranks and A+ ranks as part of my pre-DLC warm-up, I realized just how much better this boomerang weapon is than most of the other selections, like the basic pea shooter that you start out from the beginning with. Just because if you kind of get to sort of close or medium range, you're in very good shape with this weapon. But we'll see. Yeah, for close range, I probably want to go shotgun still. So he does the remote, where he presses the button to activate that. I still don't really know what the trigger is for any of these surrounding elements exploding. We're just going to have to figure that out. Because it's some kind of contact, I think, but I haven't really been able to discern that yet. Okay, there we go. Nope, trying to get a special shot down. That was a bad time to do it. If I can clear some of these, that'd be great, but it looks like they are entirely part of the foreground artwork, and so no such luck so far. Whoops. And yeah, it's that a diagonal rolling caterpillar shot, or whatever you might call it, that is giving me the most trouble here so far. Anyway, notice, by the way, new introductory sound effects for the fights. I mean, they've had so much time to work on this that they've really put in a lot to supplement the original experience in every which way. I'm sure that even with things like pandemic-related delays, that the very lengthy development time of this DLC is something that will be very much in evidence as we play through everything. Whoops. Centric, still deciding whether you should buy the DLC? Well, I mean, I don't see why not if you enjoyed the original game. Given that it's actually quite cheap, I found. And Switch ADHD, welcome. Whoa. Should not be reading chat in the middle of some of these fights, perhaps. But good to see you all here. Hope you've enjoyed this if you are playing it. And I mean, the thing about Cuphead is that it's a wonderful spectator experience as well. I was getting a ton of views today, all over Twitch, as far as I know. Because it's really just the prettiest, most photogenic game imaginable, and so I think even as a viewer experience, it's very attractive. In ways that are perhaps not even apparent to the players themselves. I found that when I was watching, I think it was Supernova stream Vanilla Cuphead for the first time a couple months ago, that for the first time in this game I noticed a lot of things about the background art that I otherwise would not really have had the opportunity to pay attention to, because, you know, the whole time when you're playing this game, you're trying to visually sort foreground from background as often as possible just to see what's going to collide with you and what's not. And getting to sit back and watch, I think, is a very different experience. All of the projectiles coming your way, for one thing, that look a lot more obvious. Hey, past phase 1, finally. 2 HP remaining. We have a special remaining... we probably wanted to save that for the actual boss instead of this middle element here, but I don't actually know what hits me with phonograph as a thing. It's going to go red. I think we need to follow the rotation at this point. Red looks pretty deadly. Oh, I should have hit that. Oh, whoops. Had to be careful here in the middle, too. And, oh, yeah. So, yeah, once it glows yellow, it means it's about to glow red. Once it glows red, then it's deadly. So got to about the middle of phase 2. Once again, I get a strong impression this is tuned to encourage you to play as Miss Chalice. I think that's very true to Beam segment. And with the floors being continuous throughout, it really does encourage you to learn how to use the dodge roll if you're going to be playing as her. Now we just need to be careful here. Oh, whoops. Standing a little too close there. Yeah, a great deal of this game is purely just attention management. And figuring out where to look at a given time. I don't know this fight well enough to really weave in a good timing for some of the super abilities yet. Switch ADHD, you love the artistic elements of the game, from music to background set pieces. Yeah, so the thing about Cuphead is that this is exactly my kind of thing. That, you know, outside of video games, when it comes to film and animation, I'm actually kind of a 1930s and 40s specialist. Maybe more 1940s, which is after the era that would have inspired Cuphead, which is more of an early 30s style. But in terms of music and cinema, like, this is the stuff I actually know, right? Which is fantastic. That, you know, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, Cuphead was kind of like somebody finally made a game for me. And in a way that I certainly hadn't seen quite so vividly before. Like, it's not that this game is a gateway into discovering a lot of this kind of visual and musical style for the first time. For me, it's not that at all. It's very much an exercise in lifelong familiarity. And part of what's satisfying about this game is that aesthetically it feels very authentic. There are a lot of minor touches that their attention to detail really caught, that make the references to this entire era seem extremely genuine by people who truly know it down to a granular level of detail. And anyway, let's hop this. We got a lot here. Oh, missing the pink once again. Whoops, nope, down. That's the wrong way. Okay. This phase is not going too well. Yeah, I just need to be a little more attentive here. We've only had one clean run so far to phase 2. We'll get back there with time. Yeah, I think staying at close range with him like this is probably a good idea. And then dodging that diagonal entirely, if we can. Yeah, once you just keep your eye on that, I think that's really the trick to this. You keep your eye on the rolling element. And then, whoa, shot in my face. And I'm totally getting zoned out here. Could have been worse. Okay, we've got the super. We might as well try to bust our way out of phase 1 if we can. Always have to watch your recovery after using that, of course, because you don't stay invincible for very long. Now, switch ADHD, I'll catch up on that when I have a moment. Okay, so, phonograph phase. Let's see which direction yellow is going, and then we follow the path, but I actually got ahead of the path slightly, which is great. The thing that got you was the gloves changing colors. Switch ADHD, like a lot of the old animation errors of yesteryear. Sometimes they're yellow, sometimes white. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so you can actually pop that guy. I just hadn't done so successfully previously. So when he shoots the rolling caterpillar, I should actually try to bust it down with the shotgun, because it saves me a ton of grief. I wasn't sure I could do so, just given how close it goes. Yeah, there you go, you can bust it down. That's so much better. Much better. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so each of the little guys who spawn remain in their row until they dash off screen. So it's not really urgent to kill them as long as they are out of my way. So, perfect run through phase 1. Best run through phase 1 I've seen yet. Okay. We need now to watch our direction here. Yeah, didn't really have an opportunity to parry that, unfortunately. Okay. We do need to bust her down in the middle. We're not doing any damage right now, which is a problem. So yeah, as I circle around, I need to bust her down as often as I can. This is probably going to be too short range to do that. Oh, whoops. You know what? Let's do it. See if we can skip this phase. Not quite. Nope. Trying to dash through that. That was not smart. Nope. Busted that down before I could actually parry into it. Not very good either. Okay. Oh, whoops. Standing a little too close. How far did we get in phase 2? Almost finished. We were actually right at the phase transition. Electro Dude, it's unrelated, but you saw the video of Technoblade. I only know what that is because of the headline. I know there was a very popular young streamer named Technoblade who had sadly passed away. I don't know if you knew that individual through the Minecraft scene or one of the other communities that you follow. I wasn't really aware of their content. I just had read something about what happened. But I know there was some kind of farewell from the family or something. So, condolences to all those who knew Technoblade and found it meaningful. And yeah, the thing about people who are kind of shockingly young, who you sort of have that kind of parasocial relationship with as streamers who have passed away, that's something that I have experienced. That's something that actually the StarCraft community had to go through multiple times in the past few years. First with Total Biscuit, who I think most people on Twitch know, if only for the lol face. And then Jeff In Control Robinson not long after. They were both kind of in their early 30s, respectively. And with Total Biscuit, of course, everybody knew that was coming for ages, but with In Control, it was a huge shock. And so, definitely sympathize, and it's not fun for anybody involved, even if it's just somebody that you watched and didn't necessarily feel like you knew on a very personal level. So, whoops. Okay, we're in big trouble here in this pattern. Sometimes we're just standing a little too close in the middle. This is not a hard phase, so I feel like if we understand the time interval of the color change well enough to make a good judgment about when to dash through and when to follow the rotation, we should be okay in phase 2 without too much trouble. I don't think it's actually that hard. I think we'll be in phase 3 faster than we think. And so yeah, you did know Electro Dude, Technoblade through the Minecraft scene. I guessed as much. Whoops, oh, this guy's spawning right on top of me. Let's not do that. Yeah, recently going for some of the A+ or S ranks in this game. S ranks only being obtainable in expert mode. I started getting into the habit of doing quick restarts whenever I made any kind of error, but here, since we're still learning the fights, I think it's valuable to just continue on and see as many phases as you can, just to get the practice in, since this is, of course, just our initial series of attempts. Okay, reminder to self, let's bust down the caterpillar, which means that I do need to position myself for that in advance. I still don't have a good sense of when the explosions are going to happen. I think we just need to watch the individual cues for when they start to shake and hatch. Whoops. Okay. Nope, standing a little too close once again. Trying to shotgun that in the face, that was not quite right. And yeah, Electro Dude, you're always welcome to get things like that off your chest around here, you know that. And let's see here. And okay, let's do this. Yeah, so whoops. Okay. I was thinking there's no way I'm going back downstairs and I would just let everybody on the lower level walk off. That did not turn out to be a very good decision. Okay, switching to the long shot for the rotation may be a good idea. I'm sometimes worried with the long shot with the boomerang that even with its damage output that it's not going to be enough to take care of the ads in time, but I think we can probably manage. Whoa! No, 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 no. Bad idea. Got a one hit already. It's not great. Yeah, if I bothered to go back to one of the original islands to buy something at Pork Belly's Emporium, maybe going for the heart parry item that has been newly introduced might have been a good idea. Plenty of opportunities to regenerate hearts if you do that. Although, of course, not if we bust down absolutely everything that's pink. This dance is over. There's no excuse. You couldn't handle the giggle juice. That makes it worthwhile to die in every single phase of this game, by the way. Every single phase of every boss. You can read the little rhyming couplet. There's a sense of polish in every sort of cosmetic element of Cuphead that I think is missing in a lot of video games, and that includes the rhyming couplets for the characters, where, you know, even the writing, I think, is well above what you would expect of a lot of video games at all scales in the industry. Just a lot of care and attention to this by people who clearly know the idiom. And here we go. Now, here we are. And yeah, it's always difficult to do 1930s, or I guess late 20s, early 30s Prohibition-style writing without it coming off as a parody when you do it in modern terms, but it works because Cuphead is a cartoon, and to be honest, even when a lot of that stuff was contemporaneous back in the 1930s, it was already kind of a self-parody anyway. It's what they call Runyon-esque, if you know the musical Guys and Dolls, for instance. That's a very typical example of how even by the time you got to the 1950s, that this kind of dialogue writing was being very lovingly parodied. It's sort of interesting when you go back to like 1940s and 50s cinema. At that point, cinema is mature enough as a form that you start to see a certain element of nostalgia in the way that we see things like retro games on a bit of a 20 to 30 year window sometimes in terms of genre. You know, first with 2D platformers coming back into vogue, and then 3D platformers, and then likewise with some other genres. Very much like that with cinema as well, once it was old enough a form to sustain that, where, you know, in the 1940s you would have suddenly this wave of films that were romanticizing the 1910s, and so on for the 50s and the 20s, and the 60s and the 30s. What's very interesting, of course, is when you have something like Cuphead that goes well beyond that time horizon. But I think part of what makes it work is that, you know, when you're young and you're growing up with a lot of classic animation from Golden Age Hollywood, particularly a lot of the output from the 30s and 40s. You don't understand necessarily how old it is when you first see this stuff. I certainly wouldn't have when I was watching a lot of the classic Warner shorts as a child. A lot of it has absolutely lasted. It's become very timeless. And you haven't tested the item yourself. Is it a total of 3 hearts potentially healed? I think so, because it says parry number 1, 3, and 6. I'm not using it currently, to be clear. I haven't bought it yet. I'm planning to probably pick it up as my first new purchase, because I do want to try it out. But it does say number 1, 3, and 6, and I think it might stop there, because 3 hearts of replenishment is already pretty considerable when it comes to this game. As those of you who have played through the King Dice Gauntlet would know, the additional heart replenishment is actually extremely noticeable and valuable. Okay. Alright, I'm kind of zoning out with some of this stuff here. Down to 1 HP on phase 1, that's not great. Cuphead originally came out for Switch in 2019. This was before I had a capture card and before I ever started recording anything, so trying to play these boss fights while talking is, of course, a bit of a new experience for me. I don't know if it'll actually have an adverse effect on performance. Sometimes I find with Mario Maker I can get a little bit lost in conversation, and it's easy to notice when that happens because I start dying carelessly to stuff that I should be well past. But hey, that's part of the fun. That's nothing to complain about. Can I grab that? No, the height restriction is a little bit low for me here. Yeah, I would prefer to stay low. It's just much easier to shoot upwards and downwards without running into potential issues with going in the wrong direction. Oops. Whoa, okay. Okay, there we go. Nope. Whoa, nope, standing too close. I was trying to dash out of there in time. That did not go well. Oh, a little out of range for the chakram item. For the rotator special. Should actually learn the names of the special moves and weapons. I'm usually much better about that with video games, learning the official names of things for the purposes of commentary, but not so much for this, I suppose. Anyway, let's grab that. I haven't really been doing much with a special move so far, but it might actually be really good for this phase. Whoops. Okay, let's get back to shotgun for the time being, though. Oh, whoops. Let's not try to multitask so much here. Oh, couldn't jump that. Love the little audio distortion that happens with this phase as the waves from the phonograph pass over you. Document, welcome. From what you've seen of this game, it seems like there's an extra level of polish to all the animations. Yeah, Document, being a graphic artist yourself, any insight you have into that would be extremely valuable. There's a lot that I'm sure I'll notice in a lot more depth once I have the chance to actually look at this while not playing. As I was saying earlier in the stream, there was a lot in the original game that I didn't really even notice about the background art until I had the chance to watch other people play it. And... whoop. Oh, okay. There we go, busted it down. Down to 1 HP in this phase already, though. Not happy with that. I do want to save the special beam for this phase here, because I think it's going to be a good fit. Given that she's going to stay on that row. Get a good initial burst of damage down. Whoop. Oh, that was not a jump I wanted to do. Big mistake. Switch ADHD, you ended up finishing the content before you purchased all the items, I see. Yeah, I was missing one overworld coin in the original game I noticed when I loaded it up, and so I actually never bought the coffee item originally. I didn't have 100% of the collectibles. In my original file, before I started working on S and A ranks, I think it was actually up to 98% because there was one of the King Dice bosses, I think probably the Flying Monkey card segment, number 9, that I never actually finished on one of the successful runs, and so it wasn't counted as part of my clears. Going into this file, I was at 110%. Do we want to... Nah, let's keep playing. I was instinctively trying to restart here. Might as well practice all the phases we can. Yeah, I was up to 110% because I had cleaned up a couple of the A+. A+ being as high as you can get in the normal mode. Now, the interesting thing about this game is that the last time I played it, before this week, would have been before the release of Mario Maker 2, and certainly before I started streaming Mario Maker. And the number of resets involved per fight, and the pace of the resets actually feels extremely manageable now after playing so much Mario Maker. Like, I'm barely feeling them when I have failed attempts. And a lot of that is because the proportionality that I have for what is reasonable when it comes to restarting content is probably severely distorted at this point. Okay, yeah, that was a bad idea. So what happened there was I didn't plan an out for after I activated a special. Now I have been using special number 1, the Hyper Beam, or whatever you call it. Hyper Beam, I think I'm just calling it that because of Metroid, but I never really got the hang of the Ghost special because I'm usually just dodging too many other things simultaneously to get much damage output out of it, so I had to switch back to the original special for the time being. There is the Invincibility special as well, which I think was what originally got me through some of the harder fights like Grim Matchstick, the Dragon Boss. But I think I've become more comfortable with just trying to play aggressively in this game and not rely too much on defensive tech. Anyway, let's pop this guy. I would like to clear at least some fights today, though. And so far, I've not been doing too well. Hey, pop that instantly at least. Oh, whoops. Okay, phase 2. Alright, let's dance. Now, until we see yellow, we don't really need to get off to a run just yet. Not liking this. Hang on. Get out, get out. Okay, there we go. Oh, no. Once again, just busting down those barrels much too quickly. Oh, good. Okay, phase 3. Let's do it. Alright. It's got a snail under a hat. That's clearly supposed to be a point of vulnerability. Hey, we actually managed to accidentally do this. Thanks to my current ability, the auto parry. Whoa. Never mind. One thing this knows is, used Cup's gonna be pushing up roses. Centrix, you're buying this? Yeah, glad you're persuaded. That didn't take long. Switch ADHD, just to catch up on what you were saying. You wonder if they had any practical backgrounds this time around. You believe it was the Three-Headed Dragon's background they filmed the loop. I didn't know that. That's something that would be worth looking up afterwards. Minutes. Don't play this game in handheld mode. I actually did play a substantial amount of the vanilla game in handheld while I was traveling, in fact. It took me the better part of a week-long vacation to get past Grim Matchstick. Document, you were saying the whole game always looks good, but the DLC seems like they must have had extra time to polish the animations. They feel a little more Chuck Jones perfect. Yeah, considering just how many different elements there are in this fight. If you look at the number of different characters that have all these unique patterns to them, there seems to be a lot more going on in terms of character animation in any given point. Like, in terms of just the sheer variety of ads that you see on screen, for instance, it's not really true of that many fights in the original game. I heard one of the developers say in events that they really kind of struggled to get this on Switch because of how much more demanding it was from the original vanilla content, and I can kind of see why, just given just how much more is going on in terms of unique animations that are not just being duplicated. Whoops. Okay, this attempt is a bust, but we'll try to muddle through it. Anyway, Centrix, hope you found your wallet. Very important thing to have. Okay. There we go. You can always get an eShop card off somebody's level design contest, of course. I'm sure that's a very serviceable alternative. Speaking of which, Centrix, I don't know if you stayed long enough to see the closing of my previous viewer level stream, but we actually did see your level that was all about bouncing off Bowser's buttocks at the end of the previous session. I meant to bring that up with you and I just forgot. Switch ADHD, it reminds you of the Honey Bottoms fight a bit. I think that was the one I had the second most trouble with after Grim Matchstick in the original. Grim Matchstick was the one that really was the biggest roadblock for me, though. I was actually going back to Matchstick a little bit to play it for the A rank earlier today, and it is easier than I remembered up until the Hydra phase, and I think I originally only got through the Hydra phase because I was using the Invincibility Special, which I was no longer relying on. Whoops. There we go. Okay, 2 HP, could be worse. We have the special as well. I have to remember to actually use 6 shots, by the way, in terms of the cards. Okay. The red wave does not actually last that long. It's very temporary. Oh, whoops, busted that instead of jumping on it. Not much of an opportunity to jump on it, given the low ceiling here. Whoops, didn't mean to stand that close. Okay. Distracted myself there. So yeah, back in 2019, I was in New York for a bit, and I was getting rush tickets for Broadway one morning. I've told the story on stream before, I think, but of course, if you're getting rush tickets for Broadway, you're kind of getting there at the break of dawn and camping outside the box office for a bit. So I thought, okay, let's bring Cuphead, and let's start up Grim Matchstick. I did not finish Grim Matchstick before I got my tickets. But yeah, I mean, part of it was also I was playing on Joy-Cons, and I think the range of movement feels, in some ways, maybe a little bit more restrictive when you're dealing with Joy-Con sticks. So, okay, let's get over here. So that's my portable Cuphead story. Back when I played portable a lot more often than I do now. Okay. There we go. Whoa, no. Very poor judgment there. 1-2 punch, you and the comps are eating dirt. Bingo, bingo. Yeah, Switch ADHD, I found earlier today when I was replaying Matchstick a little bit that I no longer have that much trouble with the little minion phase. That used to be the thing that totally destroyed me. And maybe it was also because I was playing on handheld, because I found that now that fight is entirely a matter of where my eyes are. In that, if I'm watching the minions the whole time, I can actually manage to do all the cloud platforming with my peripheral vision. And it makes it significantly easier. But anyway, I should probably not be thinking too hard about the dragon boss while I'm trying to beat this guy. Given that, in terms of movement, this is quite a different affair. No, this phase is feeling manageable. I'm making a lot of very avoidable mistakes, and it's always a good sign in this game when you get to the point where the mistakes feel very, very avoidable. So, okay. Looking for an opportunity to unload the special. This might be good. Whoop, whoop. Very close call there. Love the vocal work on this track, by the way. I will once again have to look up music credits afterwards to see who's on it. Miss Chalice has slightly modified specials. Yeah, I don't know about her specials yet, not having used them. I just did the tutorial screen with her, which doesn't really charge her up that much. So. But yeah, using Miss Chalice basically just replaces your accessory slot, the name of which I can't remember right this second. But yeah, it's a very different moveset, which is why I'm not using it right now, in spite of the fact that this fight seems very well tuned to Miss Chalice's playstyle. Rather go with what's familiar for the moment. Okay, let's try to... I keep trying to shoot that without buying myself enough space to do so. Whoop. Oops. Okay, here we go. We got 5 cards. Let's unload as soon as we can. Before the yellow beam gets going. Oh, whoops. Nope. Okay. Let's take a death, I guess. She does play different, but not so much that a fight's worth of deaths won't set you straight. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, there isn't a lot of DLC out there that'll just buy day one, but this I always knew I would pick up. Just, you know, entirely on the strength of the original game. I was actually shocked at the price, in fact, in terms of how little it cost, just given that it had been such a wait for this expansion. I mean, I know it's only one island and only a handful of fights, but like, value has not really ever been a concern as far as Cuphead goes. So, particularly if you know that you're the kind of player who's liable to replay content for ranks, or for that matter, just spend a lot of time dying on fights. Whoop! No, not going well. Yeah, totally out of position. And Switch ADHD, yeah, that's exactly where I am with Silksong as well. I mean, the Hollow Knight developers have a long-standing pattern of just undercharging everybody. Hollow Knight itself even the base game at full price launched very cheaply for what it was. I think they certainly make up for that with sales volume and just the goodwill of their audience over many years. Has been enough to sustain them. Whoops, no, I thought I would bust that down by then. That was not true. I think they're still retaining their original commitment to making Silksong free for the original Hollow Knight backers from before release, who were promised DLC as part of their backer key. No, actually, they were promised a playable Hornet, and it seemed like they probably had a very different vision at the time of what playable Hornet meant. Very different sense of scale. Okay. Not really within range to use that effectively. Oh, that was premature. I'm surprised there isn't a run and gun given how many coins there are to collect. To be honest, I always found the run and guns to be one of the weaker parts of the original game. Not that they were bad, but I think that you could clearly tell that they were kind of a later consideration for something that was supposed to be a boss-centric game from the start. I mean, they practically developed run guns because people maybe got the wrong idea initially about what kind of platformer this would be when they revealed the game. That's a fair thing to do, but I think the mechanics make much more sense for multi-phase boss fights than they do for something like a Contra-style adventure. And you can even tell with something like the lack of difficulty variability in the run and guns that, you know, they're not really designed to accommodate that as well as the main fights in terms of how adaptable they are. Okay. Whoa, no. Let's stay centered when he goes off screen so I avoid issues like that. That's one little improvement that we'll have to make. Only on 3 cards of this segment. That means that I've been missing a lot of stuff. I actually didn't want to use that. The problem with the special on the spread is that it actually occludes a little too much of the screen. It does introduce some issues with visibility, even if it is going to be a very effective screen clear for minor minions that you might encounter along the way. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it got sandwiched out there. You wish the original Cuphead had more run and guns. Interesting. Yeah, I like them well enough. I think they're certainly a lot of fun, but for me, the main event was very much the bosses. Well, then, it has become a bit of a mystery, then, where all of those remaining coins are coming from, given that run and guns usually account for 5 apiece. But we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure, unless somebody spoils it in chat first. Whoops. Yeah, let's get out. Get out. I feel like I haven't been getting that much mileage out of the shotgun lately. Okay. Okay, good. Clean phase 1. Mostly. Accumulating power on the bar could have been a lot better, but let's not complain too much about that. The important thing is that we're out safely. And yeah, we'll start accumulating some over here. We're on 4 cards. Oh, nope, that's a total miss. That was not as effective as I'd hoped. And yeah, going on the outside so we don't run into her as we're passing through is kind of important. Oh, whoops. Dashed in the wrong direction, unfortunately, and paid the price for that one. Okay. No, that was not meant to be a dash. I think I was trying to do a... What weapon swap there and just hit the wrong button. Anyway, phase 3. Haven't seen you in a while. It's okay. Whoops. I was just about to say, let's find a good opportunity to use the super, but instead we're pushing up roses. Imagine Mario Maker, but every level is a boss battle. The thing is, I actually really like boss rushes. But yeah, no, certainly the argument from variety. I absolutely see that. Whoop. I just find that the boss design tends to be a lot more focused. But, whoops. Okay, there we go. Wow. That was claustrophobic, but we made it. Somewhat. I'm probably more afraid of these exploding webs than I need to be. I keep missing with that. I should not actually use it. I should charge up for a full 5 bars for this phase. Down to 1 HP already, not a good sign. Okay, there we go. Yeah, one of the reasons, as I was saying much earlier in the stream, that I'm very interested in looking at the music credits afterwards is that for the original game at least, I actually did know, or at least know of, a lot of the people who were on the recording. A lot of the Toronto area jazz musicians in particular were all over the original Cuphead album and soundtrack. I think they've got some new musicians this time around that were not involved in the original, particularly with some of the vocal work we're already. Whoops. Anyway, let's go down here. Whoops. Oh, no, I wanted to drop instead of jump there. That was a mistake. I don't like this attempt. We'll see it through, but I was kind of eager to restart here, given that I feel like I kind of blew this one. And Electrodude, you mentioned before that you just run through the exploding webs. Yeah. I don't feel like they're obstructing that much space, to be honest. But you're right about that. I mean, I have been dying to them on occasion, so maybe I should be taking them a lot more seriously than I should. That's the thing about playing this game, is that you only read so many animations at a time, and so there are certain cues that you're liable to miss. The first time, whoops, no, that was a bad idea. Trying to clear that in advance. Oh. And thank you so much for the raid from MGM1. Very appropriate to this era of animation that would have a raid from Metro Goldwyn Mayer itself. Whoops. I'll give you a bit of a shout out once I actually have a chance to do so, and welcome MGM1 and Tech Wolves. Let's give you a quick shout out there. And oh, Electrodude, you got that already. Great. So hope your Cuphead stream was enjoyable. We're still on my first boss fight, which tells you how well this has been going so far. We've been to phase 3 a couple of times, but this has maybe not been the most successful. Anyway, let's wall up this guy. So hope the delicious last chorus was similarly delicious over there on your end. Whoops. Okay, let's pay attention here. This, yeah, no, that's not going. You actually finished it. Congratulations. At my current pace, I don't know if I'll do it on my end at this stream. I may have become a little bit complacent after finding the original game easier than I remembered when I returned to it. Maybe I had lost touch of what the experience was like of having to learn a new Cuphead fight, which does require a lot of attentiveness as you figure out what's going on. Yeah, we should actually clear some space, but we need to really commit when we do that. Okay. Yeah, not a good attempt. Okay. Let's see what we can do over here. Okay. That was way off target. Is that a Michelin 5 stars? Yes, it is for this restaurant. Absolutely. And yeah, MGM1, I did clear the original game. I know Cuphead fights are entirely within my ability. It's just a matter of learning them piece by piece. Like, I don't feel discouraged at all. Because we've managed to observe most of the patterns, maybe not so much for Phase 3, and it's just a matter of exercising caution. Getting the good attempts in, so absolutely nothing to worry about. Okay, let's actually get a weapon I can hit. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't have run right into that. Not bright. Okay, there we go, Phase 2. Oops. That was a very unnecessary mistake. Yeah, so we should stay on the middle layer for as long as possible. Well, out of range, of course, of the dance. So I've been circling around too much when it's still on green, and there's no need to do that. We should use the green waves as an opportunity to gun her down to the extent that we can. And yeah, I've always loved this game from the start, MGM, so... It's been a real joy to go back to it. It is my first time streaming it. I didn't stream it originally when I played it back in 2019, since I didn't have a capture card at the time. Okay. Let's pay attention here, though. And no, these early phases already feel significantly more manageable than when I was starting out. Yeah, let's just clear some space when we have the opportunity, I suppose. Oh, whoops, shouldn't have run into that guy. We just kind of need to find a comfortable pocket with some of these patterns. Oh, whoops, shouldn't have dropped right into that. And yeah, MGM1, I'm glad you enjoy my bio. I'll be sure to drop by your page afterwards and give it a look. Some of the information about what I stream here is woefully out of date. I keep meaning to stream more Scrabble, for instance, but lately it's been a little bit on the back burner. Okay. Hey, actually managed to clear out a whole bunch of space at once. Let's be careful here with this guy spawning in. Oh, whoops. Wanted to jump into that. That was a miss. Yeah, we're kind of out of range for shotgun at many points here, and that's something we should improve. Yeah, congratulations, Centrix, on getting to Phase 3 already. No. Bad start. Let's just do it. You think they did a good job of making this feel like a continuation of the base game? Yeah. I was kind of interested in seeing what would be new in terms of the patterns and spatial layouts that they would bring in, and just where they would go with the existing fights. I think this one is very much a showpiece for the many different kinds of minions and patterns that they can have on screen at once. And here we go. Like, even looking at the many different kinds of spawning patterns that you have all over the map. Whoops. Yeah, let's not stand too close to the edge. Just too many issues with people spawning into my face. Yeah, time for a swap battle. You can say that again. Okay. Okay, there we go. Busted that down from range. That's probably a smarter idea. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. I do like the spread quite a bit for clearing ads at short range. I call these additional minions ads, of course, because that's very much World of Warcraft's fault. That has been, for a long time, one of my reference points when it comes to some Cuphead's design, actually, is that the thing that struck me about this game was that it was one of the first single-player games where the bosses felt like World of Warcraft raid bosses in a couple of different ways that I probably used to be able to explain, but can't anymore, because I haven't played that game in too long. But there are some very similar ideas in terms of how you conceptualize things like phase transitions and damage phases, and basically the way that you think about the fight has a lot to gain from MMO raiding experience, and not just other single-player games. Except, of course, you don't have to deal with other people making mistakes for you, which is always an asset of single-player. Anyway, we're going to... Whoops! She ran right into me as she was making her exit. That was not great. Okay. Oh! Okay, do we only have time for 2 bounces there? And then we should probably get to safety after that. Even a single bounce, in fact, would probably be fine, and then I have to dash off to the side onto one of the platforms, which I'm just not in the habit of reading as platforms, and that's the main issue I'm running into here. Yeah, the spread basically accounts for just being able to take out minions in close range without really aiming. I find it very helpful for some of the close range fights, but clearly I'm not doing enough with it here, so I am trying to get out of that habit. Because there are a few things that is definitely not good against, like the rolling caterpillar, because I just don't have enough range on it to do much before it gets in close. Yeah, as you can see, I'm actually doing a bit better with this weapon here. I think I was a little bit dependent on the spread with the main game. As you can see, we're burning him down really quickly. Okay. Whoa, no. Yeah, I've never really looked up the exact damage numbers for this game, but of course a lot of it is very positionally dependent, so... Yeah, there were a lot of fights in the vanilla content that got me accustomed to using spread for very specific phases. Especially when you can just get right up to their face. But here, I don't have enough range for the caterpillar, that's the main thing. Okay. And yeah, I shouldn't try to do weapon swapping when I'm busy conducting other business, of course. If we're on a given row, we just need to watch the background carefully and make sure we do as many screen clears as we can. Okay, pretty clean phase 1. Probably not going to get that 3 out of 3 parry score, but we'll deal with that. Just going to dance pretty close. And we'll stick to this level until it is time to actually get out, instead of rotating constantly. Whoop. Almost went the wrong way there. Not so smart. Yeah, sticking to this level seems to be working out well. Let's try to get the super down while I still can. Whoops, she ran right over me once again as she was making the exit. Okay. Yeah. So, I should watch the way that he's pointing, because that will tell me where the jab is going to go. Ow. Yeah, I do need to hit the target, of course. Okay. Got plenty of warning. And that's just a dodging phase, but it looks a bit... Whoops. How close was I? I'm pretty far along. We can do it. We can do it. And MGM1, yeah, I'm certainly appreciative of the raid that you brought in as well. Very glad to have new people here all the time. I mostly run Mario Maker here, but I always want to spend more time running various indie games. And it's just a matter of setting the streams aside to do it. Get through my considerable backlog. Whoops, okay, that was not great. Yeah, I'm liking this weapon a lot for the long-range clearing, actually. I'm finding it maybe more useful. Particularly because you're shooting everything in a straight line here anyway. When you're clearing some of the minions that are coming in from the background. Yeah, we're getting through this a lot faster now with this weapon. That's my main focus. I am still keeping the spread on my other slot, though, in case we do have some clean opportunities with it. But let's see what we can do here. Whoops. I am obviously very behind on the chat. I'll catch up on the next death, which will come eventually. Will come very soon, in fact. And you're actually snacking on ice cream. What's my current charm? Let me show you. My current charm is pea sugar. I actually do quite like it for this fight because we will be kind of jumping up towards the barrels from time to time. I know it's kind of a crutch. I know that a lot of people also swear by Smoke Bomb, but I find that I don't want to be too dependent on it. We'll eventually want to switch to the new Heart Parry when I do buy it, I think. And I've never used the extra health in this game. I see no point to crippling damage when I eventually want to work my way towards things like A ranks anyway, so... If you're going to play this game, you might as well learn to avoid everything you can. And play with low margins of error. Okay, I'll scrap that. As you can see, the current pea sugar item is actually very good for jumping into the rings without getting the second jump off of them. Because sometimes positionally, I actually do not want a second bounce, but I still want to capture them. Whoops. Like I said about not doing the second bounce. Case in point. Okay, just gonna miss that one. Whoops. I'm feeling pretty comfortable though this fight at this point though. Obviously a lot of avoidable mistakes along the way. Oh, missed that one completely. Speaking of avoidable mistakes, we'll just try to stay in a close position to maximize the output of this item that I have here. Yeah, I quite like this weapon here because it does allow me to shoot backwards while dodging. If you use something else for the fight and made it so much easier, I kind of get the sense that either Smoke Bomb or Miss Chalice would make this a lot easier beam-wise, but it's alright. I'm comfortable with sticking with things the hard way, to be honest. Okay. And yeah, let's just try to burn him down on a diagonal as soon as I can. Let's stick with this. Clear some of these slots if I can. Grab this once again. Whoop. Yeah, we want to clear that. Probably these as well. Bit of a gutsy maneuver there to assume that I would have enough time to deal with all that, but oops. Yeah, not great. Okay, there we go. Now, the problem with Phase 2, as we know, is that I have been doing the phase transition rather badly. When the next green beam, we'll use the super. She's probably going to stand a little bit close to me, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, that was not smart. I needed a little bit more space if I'm going to be firing the super in that position. And yeah, the thing about this game is that I find that a lot of the customization choices, even though some of them are mechanically weaker, it still feels very balanced in terms of playstyle, where it's always kind of a trade-off between risk and reward, of course, where, you know, if you're particularly good at shooting, you just use something like the charge beam, and it's certainly going to get you certain advantages if you know how to use it well. If you just play aggressively. Likewise, I've never bothered using the homing shot in this game, because I'd rather not sacrifice that much damage. Even though I know that a lot of people do use it as a crutch for doing the initial clears. Okay, pretty clean phase 1. Would have liked to power up a little bit more. We're only on 4 cards right now, but... Oh, missed my opportunity to do that. Okay, that's okay. We just need to make sure I give her enough room on either side when I come in here, and the barrels are not really a concern. Whoops, dashed into that prematurely. Now, we should be standing far enough out of the way. Yeah, if we're standing on the gray platforms rather than the wooden plank in the middle, that is actually enough range to work with, because she doesn't pass through that point. So that gives me a visual reference for where to stand if I'm going to be using the super in that phase. Okay, make up your mind. Make up your mind. Whoop. Never mind. You use homing on the boat and Bluto fight. Interesting. Yeah, I can kind of see why. If you're mainly focused on dodging on the boat fight. Particularly with whatever it is that comes down from the ceiling. Some of this game I haven't seen in a few years, so I'm sort of working from memory here. But okay. Ooh, okay. That was close. Luckily enough damage output to clear space here, and I'm going to charge up some of these cards right away. Oh, should have decided on that earlier. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was not well aimed. That's okay. A little bit wasteful there, but... Oh, that's okay. We'll stay here. Yeah, I have a very clear visual reference point for my safety zone here. Oh, whoops, got zoned up by the barrel down below. Okay. Yeah, going a little tight in a circle sometimes, but... Okay, let's not get hit going into phase 3. Can I hit... I think that counts as a hit, yes. There we go. Okay, nearly got hit there. Thankfully not. Let's stay on the ground if we can. No need to jump around if I have a very clear idea of the bounce pattern, much like with the blob fight at the beginning of the game. Okay, let's wait until he commits. Yeah, stay on the ground and ground dash, I think, for this segment. That works a lot better. Now, I feel like my... Oh, whoops. Progress through this phase is going a bit slow. Hey, it's a new knockout screen. Look at that. That's the first time I've seen a new knockout band. Oh, I see. It's a fake out. It's a fake out. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was thinking, hey, new knockout text, and we got caught. So, surprise. Forgetting about the boss ain't wise. No, it's not. No, I was so impressed with this because I thought, hey, DLC is going to be new artwork. That was a fine moment. I seriously wonder how many players get caught by that their first time, because I feel like that's just a compilation of clips waiting to happen. I mean, not everybody's going to be at 1 HP, obviously, like I was, but... that was actually absolutely brilliant. I don't have a webcam running, but trust me when I say I just have the biggest smile on my face from that. Enough that I'm a little bit distracted on his face. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I feel like, you know, if you go through a lot of streamers and go through their first plays on this fight, there's a very interesting compilation to be made for anybody who wants to cash in on that on YouTube. Okay. Wrong way. Wrong way. Look at that. I was thinking I'd face it in the correct direction by that point. Okay, this is a bust. Let's do it again. He got you too, MGM, but you took him out first attempt. Centrix was not so lucky. Okay. Oh, no. Dropped right into that guy. Also not very smart. Well, that was a brilliant knockout moment, and I cannot wait to see that again. Hopefully more successfully this time, but... it's funny because the projectile afterwards was so easily dodgeable too. And I was just not paying attention because I'm so accustomed to the idea that in this game you can take damage freely after the KO has been registered. Because I don't know how many players will have the habit of letting their guard down, but I certainly do. Simply because that's how a lot of the original fights had coached me, right? Nope, I thought I had enough room before it turned green that time. That was not the case. That was just a poor estimate in terms of timing. Alright, let's focus. But yeah, that was actually really very charming. And okay. You would think that all the fake out moments that we've had in Mario Maker over the years have prepared me for something like that, but the artwork really sells it. And it's really playing on your expectations, too, with this DLC content. Because, you know, right from the beginning of this fight, you know there's going to be some things that are cosmetically very new when it comes to the initial opening sound effect, for instance. Other things like that. That you know that there are going to be cosmetic changes to just the basic pedestrian functionality fight to fight. And so having a brand new knockout screen is not unthinkable. Okay, I'm standing a little bit close, but we got out in time. Good. Still on 2 HP though, which is not ideal, but... Okay, let's not get caught by the phase transition. Once again, if we can stay on the ground in this phase, that would be ideal. We'll just wait until he's done poking around. And okay, we're gonna pop that right away. Oh, whoops. Wanted to jump out of that. And that was poorly aimed. Okay. You don't actually need to jump on a tongue, I don't think. It doesn't really give you enough power to be worth it, but... There's nothing else to dodge in that segment, so I'm actually not worried about it. Oh, you do need to shoot him, though, I think. We haven't been getting enough damage down on him in this phase because we've been mostly ignoring the snout and just going for the ball. That's okay. But the snout actually does take damage, and we should be prodding it. The snail killed you 6 times. Well, I'll take that as a warning. The other thing that's a bit of a fake out with the snail is that it's right at the end of the meter as well. The progress meter that shows you how far along you are in the fight when you die. And so you have every reason to believe that phase 3 is phase 3, you know? And that's all there is to it. So the fake out is kind of reinforced at every level of the interface, which is some commitment as far as epilogues go. Okay. Alright, clean phase 1. Clean phase 1. Let's make some room. And let's save up for the charge. Okay. Not too worried about that. Almost at 5 cards here. Really. Went straight down into barrel. Oh, whoops. I thought it was at 5. I was not. It was actually just a little bit off. So that was a wasted shot, but that's okay. We need to save the super shot for the snail phase. That's fine by me too. There we go. We're not quite at 5 cards. I do still need to... Oh, here we are. 5 cards. Let's punch him. Don't know if that's going to do very much, but... Yeah, once again, we need to work shooting the snout into the pattern. It does take damage, as you can see. No wonder this phase was taking a little bit long previously. Oh, nope, standing a little too close once again. Kind of blowing this phase. Okay, here's the fake out. Let's stand well out of the way. Let's stand well out of the way, and then we now know what Centrix just went through. His projectiles are really fast. And he was leading the target extremely well. No, because I saw the projectile the last time that we hit the fake out, and I thought, okay, I just needed to be attentive, and this is just the easiest thing to dodge. And then this time around, I just got completely sniped. Completely sniped. But yeah, we want to get through the phase much faster by actually staying closer to the snout, rather than just going purely defensively. Okay, didn't really get an opportunity to get the pink circle there. Whoop. Whoop. No, stood right on top of that. That was unwise. Okay. Yeah, liking this weapon a lot more in the spread for taking the caterpillar out. Simplifies things considerably. And it's fast enough to take care of these ads when they spawn in a line. Which was one of the things I was worried about, was just clearing space when they spawn right on top of me. But anyway, down to 1 HP though, not a very good phase. Nope, didn't want to hit that. One of the issues with using this weapon is that because it fires in both directions like that, I do often accidentally take out points that I want to keep alive for the parry maneuver, like the pink barrels in this round. So sometimes I destroy a little bit more than I would actually like, but... Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's get way out of her way. Anyway, you can pop a few shots at a snail early on. Whoops. Oh, just missed a second jump there. Okay. That was not ideal. And Asteroid, I was thinking this is very much your kind of game. I assume that you would have played the original Cuphead, but I always got the impression that Cuphead is very much your thing. And, okay, let's get down here. Whoa. Yeah, let's actually clear some space if we can. And that guy's gonna spawn right on top of me. Let's... Okay. Phase one down. And yeah, I'll catch up on the chat in just a little bit. When I have an opportunity. Trying to stay focused for a clean phase 2. Okay, there we go. That was almost a mistake. Whoa, no, no, no. Forgot that she runs right into me when I actually get enough damage down on the right side. Nope. That's something of a hit, maybe. Okay, let's go for the snout. Oh, nope. I poked a little bit closer. And 1 HP. That's probably a snail snipe waiting to happen. Okay, a fake out. Okay, so I was about to say that's the first time we saw a pink projectile from him, so you actually do get a little something to brace yourself, but yeah, we should probably stay low on the ground and dodge side to side for that one, as long as I have a way to get within range for the shot. It should be fine with the weapon I'm using, though. And Astra, yeah, you beat Cuphead on regular and expert. I beat it on regular originally. I didn't go back to try expert until I was warming up for the DLC earlier this week. It's a pretty big jump, but... Well, actually, the initial fights are barely a jump at all. It's not really much apart from a little bit more variation and combination when it comes to the bullet dodging patterns, but later on it gets rough, so I haven't been doing too much with the S ranks so far. But certainly the DLC has gotten me to come back to the main game as well, and got a lot of unfinished business to tidy up there, so very clean phase 1. Very happy with that. Just missing that one pink barrel there that would have given me card number 5 right away. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to get the kill when I'm on the right side, I don't think. Should be reasonably close to getting this phase down now, I think. There we go. Yeah, we want to shoot from the left when possible. Hey, it's 3 HP going into this phase. That's kind of a nice improvement. Okay. Whoa. That was had a close call. And then, there we go. Okay, let's fire at the snout. Okay, we gotta be reasonably close at this point, I think. Okay, fake out with 3 hit points remaining. That was a bit lucky there. There we go. I feel like that might actually be at least an A, depending on the time and on the power meter. I think I did use 6 here, so... We took a very long time on this. We took the better part of an hour and a half. So time was not great, super meter was not great. Yeah, because I got the 1 super shot down. That's okay. We got the A rank. We'll come back for A+ eventually. I feel like A+ is within reach if we improve the DPS substantially. In terms of being about 30 seconds behind 2 minutes, that can probably be improved with staying on target a lot better on phase 2, but definitely with hitting the snout a lot more often on phase 3 because we had a lot of dead time at that point. So anyway, thank you for the GGs. You got the distillery dough. Sure, let's screenshot each of these. We'll only see it so many times. Who's this guy? Ooh, did I scare you? Nothing I love more than a good ghost story round a campfire. I'd heard word of a ghostly gal roughing up no good varmints around here. I reckon I'd keep track of her exploits myself. I'd sure love to tell the tale of the villainous Veggies Vanquish. So I guess maybe it keeps separate records for your deaths in a DLC then, or as Miss Chalice or something. But he's not giving it to me yet, but I'm sure this is eventually going to be something like the death log. Anyway, thank you for the GGs, and MGM1, I'm not going for A+ right away, but I think after I clear the DLC island I will. I actually only this week started working on S ranks and A+ ranks. As you can see, I've only really just kind of started up on that. I didn't get very far. But that was what I was doing as a pre-DLC warm-up. And I feel like if you learn these fights well enough to beat them at all, you've got most of the fundamentals necessary to get A+, which is a few refinements. S, of course, is a huge step up from that. The King's Leap. Let's see what this is. This is not a boss stage. And Melomaniac, welcome, by the way. Didn't say that earlier. MGM1 S rank is the same as A+, except when you're playing on Expert. So you have to fill every category in the hard mode that you unlock after beating the game. Anyway, this guy isn't asking me to kill him. He is royalty, and so we will instead talk. Hail, ye cups, I bid thee welcome to my floating palace. I am the one true king, the king of games. From afar I have seen you battle with zeal and aplomb, and lo, I grant thee a place in my royal tourney. In these bouts your weapons and charms shan't be of use. You'll have to find different means to best my champions, from victories, riches. Now into the fray with haste. We'll try it, but I'd like to prioritize the main individual boss fights after that. Also, look at the castle. This is a chess-themed castle we have. The queen and the pawn and the knight. Who knows what happened to the rook and the bishop, but next round of renovations, perhaps. And MGM1, enjoy your snack.
Here's a real high-class battle.
Here's a real high-class battle. On guard. Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so it's entirely just trying to, well, hit these guys accurately. Maybe that would be helpful here. Okay, so it's basically like the bonus rooms in the crypts or the mausoleums in the original island. Okay, I think it's probably quite doable. Oh, I see. No, I understand it. There are 8 pawns here. So every fight is going to be chess-themed. and you begin with the 8 pawns, and you'll probably afterwards have to deal with 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks. Whoops. Very clever. I've obviously become far too complacent about the parry timing, however, so we'll try to clean this up a bit. Whoops. Yeah. The timing window isn't that tight on this, it's just that I'm a little bit off target, perhaps. And also landing in bad places without using my dash to get out of trouble. Yeah, pure survival. What if I just dodge all of these? I wonder if there's any particular reason why I would want to get the parry. Because if I just... Oh, I see. Because they just keep on going until you actually bop their heads off. Okay. Because once you knock their heads off, then they recycle up top. But once you have to... Yeah, once you manage to get all 8, then you should be through the fight. It's just that the other remaining ones work as obstruction until you have done so. Okay. Just need to pay close attention to who's jumping next and dashing out of the way to make space whenever possible. One more to go.
Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
This actually reminds me that I haven't kept up with how the candidates tournament is going. I know that at about the halfway mark, that's Nepo was well in the lead again, and that was a very highly watched matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana last week in the US versus US matchup. That had quite a lot of hype attached to it, but hadn't actually been following the tables since then, so... Why is my HP at 3? Why not? First of all, because in this room, you're kind of back to all of the default settings because you're not wearing any charms. And secondly, because I'd only been using the charms that had set my HP to 3 anyway. I hadn't been using the HP increases. This Chalice begins with 4, but we're not using her, are we? Okay, this is going a lot cleaner. I said this is going a lot cleaner. That's still true, despite all appearances, and that's a knockout. So, let's see what the bishops or knights or rooks are going to give us. So, is it a sequence of fights without a break? We're about to find out, I think. Okay, with this valiant victory, I bestow riches unto thee. So, we get a couple of coins. Now, away with you. Okay, so I suppose we're not going to be back in the same location. Also, no specific reward for doing it perfectly, I suppose. As with the original mausoleums, yeah, we'll just have to wait until the next matchup to find out what the next chess pieces are going to be. Unless we go up the ladder and see him again in the King's Leap. You think that I do have to fight 2 or 3 more bosses? Yeah, I think I just have to meet up with him again, or clear more of this island. It did seem like this was set up to be a chain of boss fights. Yeah, as you can see, there's a Roman numeral 2 now. And he's probably going to tell me something about that. Ready, proceed to the next battle. I'm at last mind thee well. Weapons and charms have nary in effect. Which also means, I think, that you can't play as Miss Chalice, since that does require the charm. So we'll see what fight number 2 here is about.
A great slam.
It is going to be knights, and there's a very clear point to hit him here. Well, what's he going to do? This is giving me shades of Ravenbeak, Metroid Dread, with the way he beckons you over. Not the same kind of counter pattern, unfortunately. Okay, so we need to basically bait out an attack and then get in close to bop him on the head when he does his little exhaustion duck. There we go, like that. Dash in and then hit him. Whoops. Okay, for the lunge, we just need to go over. Pretty understandable.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
We just need to inspect this pattern a little bit at a time. Okay. There we go. A little bit late on that. And a little bit late on that. We just need to respond a little bit more quickly to the various attacks. The lunge is actually very clearly signaled.
Good day for a well battle. Here goes.
Just need to watch the animation closely. There we go. Do it fast enough to get out. Don't know how many hits it's going to take, but we'll find out quickly, I'm sure. Yep, no need to dash in for that one. You can just jump in directly. Now we just do everything from the reverse direction, perhaps. Yeah, I do need to dash in for that one, I think, if I'm well out of position like that. But we'll just try to bait the lunge. And dash out. There's probably an opportunity to hit him in there, but since there's no timer or something in this fight, I don't see a particular incentive to try to do it fast. We can just take it patiently. Look for clear openings, but as you can see, we're only very early into this fight so far, so there's
Good day for a well battle.
quite a lot of opportunities I'm missing here, I think, in terms of points at which he can be hit. Nope, that's a total miss. Come on. And, yeah, no, unfortunately, I do need to realize when I'm standing a little bit too far. Yeah, as you can see, you can actually go over him when he's doing the upward thrust. The straight upward thrust, not the arc. So there are definitely opportunities that I have not been taking advantage of so far, and we just need to watch the signals carefully to see when they arise like that. And if you manage to hit every cycle, or every opening, then this can actually be a fairly quick fight, I think. But nope, way out of position. Yeah, this guy is a difficult reach, I think. That's the thing I'm finding tricky about him. Reminds me of some of the boss fights in Tropical Freeze, in fact, where you really have to lunge for the contact zone. I'm thinking of the polar bear boss, I think, in Tropical Freeze, which... Okay, we managed to get that opportunity at least. So if we're a little too close in, we can still manage to get a hit. Nope. Not a very good jump there. Oh, look at that arc.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
Okay. So yeah, when he just kind of shrugs down like that, that's just going to be an upward thrust. A dragon punch, as it were. And when he brays like that, that's going to be the upward sweep.
It's on.
So, nope. Let's just play it cautiously. Nope, just missed the bounce. Getting a little too accustomed to some of the timings with Peach Sugar, perhaps. Yeah, this is a likely restart. A little bit late. Once again.
A brawl is surely brewing. It's on.
Alright. Nope. Nope. I was actually in a good position that time. We just stood a little bit close into the jump. I wonder if there's a good way to make contact when he's standing up and beckoning you like that.
Good day for a swell battle. Here
Seems like he's way too high up for any kind of meaningful contact there, though, so we'll just try to be careful here. Nope. Now, if I do have invincibility frames from taking a hit, I should actually take that opportunity to whack him. Nope. Standing a little too close once again. I was actually very well positioned that time. The jump was just not very well played. I was expecting a thrust there. That was just a misread. Very flagrant misread.
for a swell battle. Now go.
Let's try it again. Nope. Missed the opportunity. Caution is a little more important here. Yeah, so after the thrust, he actually backs out, which is good because it means I can kind of overshoot into it and head towards the wall instead of trying to back out. And that seems to be a better way to take advantage of those opportunities because it means I can dash in without worrying too much. That signal I'm beginning to read. As you can see, just go towards the wall. Much, much better. Feels like that should be an opportunity for a hit, but it would be in a way I haven't seen yet. I'm totally getting crowded out. Yeah, that was a case of being cornered. And... Oop. Nope. Bad move.
This match will get red hot. You're up.
I don't know if we'll do all the chess piece fights right away. I assumed that this would be preparation for an eventual all-boss rush, but that just looked self-evidently like it would be a format. Looks like these are mainly fights for cash, though, and so if we're not too worried about buying new items yet anyway, I'd like to get back into the main Cuphead-style bosses, perhaps after this fight. But, oh, I don't know. I mean, we're here anyway, we may as well. Get some of these timings sorted out. Whoops. Came in a little bit low. It was actually a very clear opportunity.
Here's a real high-class bout. Now go.
And come on, let's go. Nope. That's just a miss. Yeah, towards the wall. Great. That's how to play that. Nope. Overshot. Nope, just missed a bounce once again. Nope, just a little bit late. I did read that correctly, I just reacted poorly. And Electro Dude, that's exactly correct. I have to stop horsing around. How does the knight move? Whoops. There we go. Actually got a shot in. Given that the progress bar just shows one phase, I actually wonder if there's going to be much of a change up in the pattern as we get more hits in. Okay, still 3 HP remaining. Nope. Too late on that. We just need to understand when pattern is not going to be conducive to going aggressive. Whoa, okay. Standing too close. Total got baited in. I still don't really know how to use that part of the pattern just yet to my advantage. Like this part right here. We haven't figured out what to do with it yet. Nope. That was a misread. The sword glistens if he's doing the thrust. I just haven't seen the upward sweep in a while is the problem. Nope. That was... oh, I just missed a bounce. Okay. We're still very early on. You need to get probably at least 10 hits on this guy.
Good day for a swell battle.
Best we've done is maybe about 3 hits or so. Which is not great, considering that we've seen a substantial chunk of its pattern at this point. It's just a matter of understanding the timings. Oops. And also just getting the bounces down, which is easier said than done. Nope, wrong way. Come on, let's go.
A great slam.
Well, a good way to
And begin.
practice our parry without the crutch of the pea sugar item. Which will be important to practice if we mean to switch to the heart parry once we purchase it. Okay, good. Oh, missed a bounce. I was well positioned that time, I just didn't hit the button. Rather, I was late on the button. But the positioning was correct and the timing was correct. Seems like the best we're doing is against a thrust. Nope. Yeah, if he braves like that, we need to let him sweep, and then we get in to take the hit. The theme that plays every time you die, you don't like it? Well, we'll see. I'm sure we'll be listening to that quite a bit. Okay. Okay, good. Solid hit. That part of the pattern is becoming a lot more tractable, at least. Oh, whoops. Once again, just late on the button. I was absolutely well positioned that time.
Here's a real high-class battle.
We just missed a bounce.
It's on.
So, clearly a lot of work to be done with the bounce timing, but that's really all this is about. As you can see, yeah, I don't know why I'm just so late on it every time. I might be coming in a little bit low, actually. Whoops. That's okay, let's just restart this. I think I'm dashing in a little bit low, vertically speaking.
Here goes.
And, that may be affecting my ability to make contact, although usually it's not a problem. There we go. Much better. Yeah, for that part of the pattern we should be backing out, we shouldn't be going over like we do with the thrust. Nope, missed. I think I realized with a pawn fight too that my button timing is just not as good as it should be. Nope, bad idea. Let's see what he does. There we go, that's a hit. Yeah, going over is fine, in fact, in that pattern. He just swaps sides. As long as I don't get cornered and let him back into me. I'm missing every opportunity to counter the upward thrust, of course, because you do need to be not only quick enough, but close enough to react to that wall. And I've largely been keeping at a distance. So, lots of hits that we're not taking here, but I feel like we'll get this cleanly eventually. Yeah, that's the opportunity I keep missing. That's starting to go better. We just need to weave in all these different parts of the fight together and respond to the cues well in every case. And I feel like this is very doable. We're doing it the slow way, but we just need to perfect what we know already and then work in more parts of the fight as we get a little bit more comfortable with refining the existing counters. And it's kind of nice that the fight lets you do that. Kind of a nice change of pace from the usual Cuphead bosses in that you can approach it safely and improve with practice. If this is just a straight chess boss rush with the different types of pieces, we're only halfway. Wow. Then I think playing conservatively probably isn't a bad idea. There's no reason not to go slow. Yeah, so that's the part of the pattern that we've been missing so far, and we can try to practice that a little bit more to see if we can get that. Whoops, no. Okay, this is clearly a bust, so.
Here's a real high-class bout.
So this is going to take a lot of hits, actually. Probably quite a bit more than 10, as I estimated. Maybe even closer to 20. Okay, great, except not so great. We probably could have gotten a double hit there, in fact. There are certainly opportunities to do so. No, you can't double hit, I don't think. Usually you can with anything pink, but
A brawl is good.
here either my timing was off or I just fell through. Okay, there we go. That I know how to counter. That I know how to counter, except we need to back out afterwards. We can't go into the wall for that pattern. Because he's just not leaving me any space. Too close to the wall in general. Only one hit for me so far, though. So, yeah, this one you can go over. He'll just swap sides. We just need to work the upward thrust back in. Like that. Okay, so you can go over if there's room. I just don't want to do that if he's too close to the wall. So, I want him positioned a little ways away from the wall at any given point in order to give me a bit of a landing zone should I choose to go over top, which saves me the trouble of having to swap directions in midair. So, missing a few opportunities again. That's an easy counter. Yeah. He's a little too close to back for me to take advantage of that at the moment, but we'll just get back in here. I'm a little behind on the chat. We'll catch up in a little bit when I either die or have another moment's reprieve. Still don't know how to use that. Oh, whoops. Total miss. That was such a freebie, too. That was a very unfortunate bungle. And the horse is kicking his butt. Yes, that's a pretty apt description.
A great slam and then
I can tell the stances apart. It's just that my reaction time is sometimes slow. I feel like my bounce timing is actually the bigger liability right now. I'm getting to the point where reading the stances is not the issue, or at least I thought. Let's just restart this one. We're right at the start.
here's a real high-class bout.
Yeah, the pawns didn't take too long. But my bounce timings are clearly in need of some work because sometimes I'm getting into a perfect position and I'm missing anyway, which isn't great. Yeah, this one you just need to react quickly. If you see it coming, standing at mid-range at any given point seems to be ideal. So yeah, given the graphic on the castle, I believe it's probably just going to be pawn, knight, queen, but and maybe the king himself, but we'll see how that is when we see more of these fights. Okay, playing very cautiously, but okay, managed to get that hit for once with enough space in the wall to deal with it. Okay, got it. He zips all the way to the other side. Doing a lot better. This has been one of the better attempts, but let's not jinx it too much. Okay, well out of position. Let's let this one go. I misread that one, actually, but thankfully I didn't get hit along the way. Nope. Yeah, you see, sometimes my bounce just misses. And then it's a huge problem for me, and that's the first hit we've taken so far. Still have a pretty sizable buffer, at least. Okay, it's not too bad. Going to skip that one. Yeah, if I'm late reacting, I need to self-control to not go for it. Sometimes we just need to let the opportunities go. It's not going too badly, comparatively speaking. Just being a little bit extra cautious at this point. And the one mistake we've made so far was totally self-inflicted. Very avoidable stuff. Yeah, we'll just do it slowly. Nope, oh no, that was misread. Standing a little bit too close, in fact. I hadn't seen that part of the pattern in quite some time, so that caught me a little off guard. Well, now things are a little bit tense with one hit point remaining. So we'll just be super, super cautious. And yeah, it's just one single pattern, so nothing to worry about. But not a knockout. We're probably still quite some ways away from it, given how many hits it takes. And yeah, we'll just skip those for now, because with the upward thrust, the timing window is maybe a little too tight for me to do comfortably. That's a knockout. And yeah, Asteroid, on most fights I go for the double tap. I feel like the timing windows here are small enough that I wanted to earn a side of caution. But I was definitely thinking about double tap for the upward thrust in particular. But I wasn't taking the upward thrust very often anyway in terms of countering that. But it felt like there was a very clear opportunity to do a double tap if you could position yourself properly. Anyway, here's some money. Thank you for the GG. I'm kind of curious about maybe seeing one more of those, but let's see. Because last time I just went up here and then I came back down to the ladder, right? No such luck this time, so maybe we don't get to see another fight for some time yet. Don't think so, anyway. Yeah, I think maybe we were just fortunate to find him in the same location. Let's keep going then. Extra, extra. Chef Saltbaker, awarded best baker in all the lands. And yeah, that remains true. Oh yeah, this is a chalice tutorial. No need to see that yet. Here is our first sight of the shop. Now we've got some cash to work with here. We can go for one of the new weapons. We can go for the heart ring, which I wanted to try anyway. Let's take a look at what these weapons are. Crack shot, straight shot with good damage. Breaks into weaker aimed projectiles. Interesting. Oh, well, we'll have to see how it goes. Oh, you can place a turret by the looks of it, which is very much my style in many other video games, just not this one. At least not so far. Full screen piercing three-way shot. Full screen piercing three-way shot. Rapid fire with arc pathway. I'm thinking about what will best complement my current selection. And we'll try something, just to get a sense. Broken Relic. Naturally, we are going to get the Broken Relic. Looks like it's probably part of some kind of quest chain. Who knows what it is? Rapid fire shot with arc pathway. Well, we'll definitely get a heart ring. And I feel like we'll try this one first, and maybe replace the spread for the time being, because we have the current weapon I'm using, the boomerang one, for mid-range, and we might actually want something long-range. So we'll try it out. And if we don't like it, well, we'll find out very quickly. And having had some practice with the parry button in the King's tournament just now. Yeah, so the roundabout, and we'll replace the spread with converge. Hold lock button to narrow spread. We'll find out how that works. And charm, yeah, let's just go hard ring for now. And see what these guys are. An audience at last. The climbing contest medal ceremony is about to begin. Second place just ain't right. Down one place from last year. What does Mr. Third Place have to say? I thought I had left behind being a bum. Third place, what a joke. What happened to the broken relic anyway? You know, I kind of want to try this, just to see what it does, but... I can't take it into the chalice tutorial because... Oh, you know what? We'll just go to the bakery, because I think I can just move around freely in here. Because then we have a little bit of movement. Okay, so if you hold the converge, you narrow the spread. And it kind of spreads from there. Okay, I see. Right, because it's a full screen piercing weapon. I would imagine that its damage is kind of lower as a result, and you would use it mainly for long-range clears. Interestingly enough, if you start firing and then you hold down the lock-on button, well, future shots start to converge, obviously. And that's if you want a more accurate attack from range, then, I guess. I probably should have popped out to try the other weapon as well, but... Let's see if... Yeah, let's exit to the map and let's just swap some things first. And thank you to all the new follows, by the way. I haven't really been acknowledging them since I've been, frankly, too attentive to the game to pay attention to my alerts. Oh yeah, no, this is the only one that we bought for the time being. I just wanted to try the relic that we have. Okay, so I don't actually see what it does yet, but I mean, it is a broken relic, so I don't know if we need to take it into a fight to have it activated, or if it will be some quest that will become self-evident as we go, but perhaps for now we shouldn't be using it yet, if there's no immediately obvious effect. You obviously, I think, have to do something else to activate it first, but... Roundabout and converge. Let's go with that. It'll be kind of a nice change from going close up with the spread all the time. Gnome way out, Glumstone the Giant. Alright, new content. Let's see how it goes.
A brawl is surely brewing.
Falling rocks, okay. This we just dodged. Whoops. I have to remember I no longer have pea sugar to act as a crutch, but luckily we get potential hearts. Geese crossing. Okay. That's what they do. Okay, the gnomes fire projectiles from down below. We need to watch that. Whoops. Still a lot to learn here, obviously. So that's phase 1 out of the way. Well, that's a rather quick phase 1. We just weren't very careful about dodging, so... And Astra, you saw this boss earlier? Yeah, I mean, it looks like this one is available right from the start as well. And the one that we did first was actually second on the checklist, so... Maybe this was technically boss number 1. Whoops. Okay, the heart replenishment I think will come in handy. We just need to be much more careful about making contact. Oh, this is new. This bear here that's just been dropped into my face. Oh wait, phase 1 is down. I guess we should be hitting the puppets. Jester on the left. Devil King thing on the right. What a delightful treat he had to hand in our defeat. Yeah, if we're eventually at long range, we'll try to switch to a new electric weapon just to see what it's all about. Okay, so you can go above cap with the heart replenishment, so you do get up to 4 hearts if you do it from full, so... That's an important thing to know, because it means there's no reason to delay when it comes to getting all 3 of the additional hearts if you can. What I don't know is whether the final grade that you receive is still going to be damage-based or if it's HP-based, but we'll find that out once we pay attention and dodge some of this stuff. You're saying his last form is Yuck. Interesting. We'll find out. Okay, for the geese, we just duck, I think. Which is ironic, because they're geese and not ducks. Whoops. Okay, I can make puns or I can play Cuphead. I probably can't do both at the same time. Alright, here's the bear. Yeah, let's not stand on the spikes down below. You think it's just gross. Well... We'll see, because... So, my understanding is that his face is the gold mine, which is interesting because it's like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs are inside his face. Yeah, actually, the little garden gnomes are basically the Seven Dwarfs. They're just picking away at his teeth. We just need to be a little bit better about dodging here. Pattern is not too hard to see, actually. The problem with using this weapon is that my own projectiles are a little bit busy. Whoa, okay. Yeah, so he's going to bounce the sack from side to side, and we just need to dodge. And watch the floor in the meantime, because things are popping out. Little garden gnomes are popping out. Okay. And yeah, if we just miss the deflection pattern on that, we're fine, so... We're at full power, going into phase 3. Oh, I see. That's why he swallows you up. Okay, so this we, of course, remember from Yoshi's Island. As far as stomach bosses go, in terms of fighting with digestive acids and such, I always think of 2 games. One is Yoshi's Island, with the frog boss. The other one is World of Goo, if any of you are familiar with that. Which is kind of that puzzle construction game that was really a big thing back on Wii. Because there's a huge segment in that game where you have to build bridges to climb out of a stomach, I remember. I haven't even played that game in about 13 years, and I still remember it for that segment. Okay, this is a disaster. Let's survive and just try to see as much of the pattern as we can. But no, it totally is the Yoshi's Island boss. Whoops, tried to catch the pick one, and we missed. Look at the mountains in the back, too. There's a face on the mountainside like it's Mount Rushmore, except for gnomes.
A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Okay, we need to understand defense in this phase a lot better. Geese. Nope, we're standing right on top of the gnome. That was a bad idea. I still don't have a good dodging pattern for the geese yet. And that's... ooh, 1 HP. Got hit by something there. I wasn't paying attention. Sack is on the right side. We'll just skip the bounce. So if you watch the foreground on the ground, you can see well in advance where the gnomes are going to pop out, as well as what color they're going to be. It's actually very well signaled before they even wind up in the ground. But of course, it's easy to fixate on that a little too much and
This match will get red hot.
fail to
Now go.
dodge everything else that's going on. Okay, whoops, missed the opportunity to get heart number 4 there. And there. Okay. Yeah, so for the geese we duck, but then we also watch the gnomes down below. Whoops. Too much talking, not enough dodging.
A great slam and then some.
Well, phase 1 and 2 here actually feel a lot easier than the previous boss, so I'm... Oops. Not using the dash enough, but... I actually am not too worried about this one. We just need to get in position for things like the geese, which are very clearly signaled by the geese crossing. And I feel like we can boomerang our way out of this one as well. Use the special. Just try to cut through this phase as quickly as we can. And we've got very different platforming elements after the phase transition into part 3 in the belly, if we get that far. How far are we? Pretty close. Yeah, his damage pool doesn't really feel that concerning.
Now go.
Since we're staying at close range, I'm just going to stay on this weapon for now. There we go. Yeah, if we get on the ground, then we have a limited opportunity to land there before we have to jump back up again. Anyway, didn't even make it to the bear this time, which is good. Let's just try to switch sides, perhaps. Nope. Well, after he throws the ball. Yeah, the deflection pattern is usually going to give me a pretty generous corner to work with. We'll just tuck ourselves in there.
A great slam and then some.
And see how this goes. Okay, actually hitting heart 4 for a change. We're going to get up to 5 HP, but not for long. And yeah, just getting whacked by a lot of stuff here. Okay. Yeah, standing on top of those gnomes while they're active is not smart. And we should not do that. One more deflection should give me an additional heart, though, so... We'll just wait for the pink gnomes in this segment, and we should be in good shape. Nope. Got zoned out a little bit by one of the gnomes popping out. We just need to
Good day for a swell battle.
juggle
Now go.
a couple of different things at once. Okay, geese crossing seems to be the main issue here in terms of spacing. We'll get away from the gnomes that are active. Oh, bear is going to come from this side, so we need to get out. And yeah, we took 2 hits already, but we did recover 1 HP, so... The health pool makes a pretty big difference. We'll just swap sides. Nope. We'll probably save the projectile at this point for... Whoops. The phase transition, but I missed the bounce. Which would have been critical there because it would have given me a +1 rather than a -1 if we had hit that accurately. Okay, so there is the cue at the back for the hammer when it sends the platforms going down, I think. Yeah, so we need to watch the hammer in the background. There's quite a lot going on here. And yeah, we need to not be standing on top of any gnomes when the geese crossing sign appears. And dash onto the elevated platforms accordingly. Wow. So this is back to the classic A Brawl is Surely brewing effect, which is an important thing to note here because the thing we were noting with the Moonshine Mob fight that we did first was that it changed some of the cues like that in the DLC just to make the fake out at the end super effective. Okay, we're missing all of these hits here. It's not a good sign. Nope, bears rather than geese. Bears seem to alternate with geese, if I understand that correctly. We just need to get in position. Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit of RNG as it switches between bears and geese. Whatever else it would like to teach us about the natural wildlife of the mountainside. Okay. Oh, nope. That got right under me. Not doing too badly here, though. Nope. I keep thinking that I'll jump directly into it like I was still holding pea sugar. That's been the problem lately. And I'm still trapped in old habits. Can we zap this directly? Yes, we can. And I can even tap that afterwards. Not ready to pick up a heart yet, but we got hit by a chicken drumstick. Give up now is my suggestion, lest you give me indigestion.
Here's a real high-class bout.
Well, I think the point is very much to give him indigestion, so we're going to do that. Geese right away should have paid attention here. That's okay. That's a wash. Let's start over.
A great slam and then some. Now go.
Sometimes we're not going to get off to a very good start. Nope. Once again, just missing the bounce. There we go. Nope. There we go. I'm so accustomed to jumping directly into everything pink that it's been a big adjustment switching to this item, but I'm still grateful for the heart replenishment, so we'll keep it for the time being. I feel like I should have switched weapons there for long range, but that's okay. We're still going to get to phase 2 with 3 HP remaining. Oh, missed the opportunity to hit the pink one. We just got whacked. Oh, missed it. Yeah, so you can actually pop these guys out of the sky if you are quick about it. But I do need to be watching my feet.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Okay. There we go, smacking them both. Getting up to 5 HP right away. Geese, let's go down. Perfect. That's one of the best attempts we've had yet, at least at this stage. Nope, missed that. Nope, missed that one too. Okay, that's unfortunate. It could have gotten me pretty close to 6 HP, but instead we're just going to be down to 2 just from carelessness. Yeah. Nope. A little bit premature as you go side to side. Still quite a lot to watch on the ground.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Well, the brawl is surely brewing. Nope, that's out of reach. That's also out of reach. Missing a lot of opportunities for hearts early on. Yeah, watching the hammer cue accurately, that's a good start. Nope, missed that. Missed that one too. We're going to have to get a lot better at those bounces if we eventually want to take out the rest of the chess pieces. So, no time to practice like the present. Yeah, understanding where to stand in this part is pretty vital.
Good day for a swell battle.
That's okay, this feels manageable. I'm actually not too concerned about this fight. A lot of self-inflicted mistakes, obviously, but we just need a nice, clean attempt. Oh, whoops. Didn't quite get the hammer timing in the background right in that instant. Have to remember to use the power shot from time to time just to make sure we're spending 6 cards by the end if we manage it. Maybe a little too focused on that though, instead of playing defensively like we should be on the first attempt at clear. Get away. Straight down below. We'll try to charge up the 5th card, I think, before we do anything too special here. Whoops. That was not what I wanted to do. With the jump there.
A great slam and then some. And you use.
I feel like switching back to spread for phase 2 might not be a bad idea. In fact, I haven't really found a good opportunity for the electric weapon yet, but maybe we haven't found the right kind of position for it in this fight. Here we go. Nope. Zoned out by the gnomes. Here's the bear. Bear doesn't go that far. And we're already on phase 2 just from pelting him. Oh, missed an opportunity there. For something pink. Okay. Yeah, I just need to watch the ground. Whoa, okay. It's a quick phase, it's just a matter of being attentive to the ground while I'm going back and forth. I think the general idea behind the positioning is actually correct. That will kind of go left and right to avoid the sack. The more I play this fight, the more I realize that a lot of the gnome positioning is visually signaled a lot earlier than you would think it is. Like the hammer guy with green hat climbing up the stump. He gives you ample warning for that, if you're paying attention. Nope, switching at exactly the wrong time. Whoops, missing the pink. That's okay. We're through to the next phase already. Just needed to stay fairly focused and on target. And into the gullet we go for phase 3. And unfortunately, we'll need a little bit more pink to get some health replenishment going again.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
But yeah, the hammer guy is very clearly signaled. Nope, trying to get out of the way. I probably should have just done a side dash. So when you're on stumps with equivalent height, just doing the dash by itself is actually going to be much better. I always have this habit of jumping into a dash, and it's not really very necessary. Okay, great. Got some replenishment going. Pelted a little too much pink there, but we'll remain focused, and this should be down in no time. Very unfortunate, taking a hit at the very end, but having 2 HP going into the gullet phase It's still going to be a pretty substantial improvement. No, nope. Bad landing. And yeah, you got lots of warning on the chicken drumstick as well. I think, once again, with that phase, getting accustomed to dashing without jumping is going to be key. Geese crossing, let's go down. Actually, a little easier for the geese to show up right away when there isn't as much to deal with on the screen. We should be almost at the next phase pretty quickly if we just remain focused. There we go. Too bad about that one stray hit at the very end. That was very unfortunate. Also dashing a little too close, as you can see. Just running straight into the arms. Very unnecessarily. That was close. Okay, trying to smack that, and unfortunately I killed it too quickly. But once again, 2 HP going into this phase will be alright. As long as we dodge any stray projectiles afterwards. So, the chicken drumstick is a spit. And, whoa, chicken bones are a little harder to see. That will not give me a heart. Will also not give me a heart, probably because it doesn't count as a projectile. Whoops. Well, that was unfortunate.
Good. Well done. And begin.
That's how this game goes sometimes. You just have situations like that where brain wants to go one way and fingers want to go the other. Okay, down low on an unoccupied stump. That's phase 1. Not the cleanest, but we'll watch the ground. I haven't quite discovered a good sense of how the shot targeting here is going to work, whether it's tracking my position or tracking something else. I think it is tracking my position, which means that we just need to move when he fires. Whoops. Missed that. I was hoping to get to the deflection there. We'll do the power shot right away, as before. No reason not to. In fact, yeah, I gotta keep the positioning nice and low here. The chicken smashes the platforms, and unfortunately it looks like the drumsticks can't actually be shot out of the way unless I'm missing something.
This match will get red hot. Now go.
Okay. I missed that, but that's okay. We'll let it go. Missed that one too. I would like to build up as much of a health pool as I can in this segment, but the bear will be out of the way here, and then yeah, the bear gets up close, but it's not actually that scary. It's more about zoning you out from the rest of the fight. It's too bad about missing some of those deflections, but we'll get back into it. Okay, we have a pink one coming. Let's accidentally kill it before I get a chance to jump on it. Nope. At 1 HP, unfortunately. Not a good start for this phase. But down we go. Let's punch it. And yeah, maybe I should watch my positioning before just doing that automatically. If I do see a projectile being fired from the left side, I do not actually have a good shot with the beam. Because I just don't have a good way to recover after that, since I'm positioned directly above the projectile. That's happened more than once. He's crossing before any gnomes come out. That's excellent. We'll deal with it. Need to anticipate my bounces a little bit better. Yeah, I'm actually late on the bounces consistently, and so it's just a matter of getting the button time and clean up. As you can see, we're taking some hits, but I've already replenished 2 HP, so got a pretty generous safety margin to work with here. Oh. Yeah. Nope, got smacked. There we go. We should hopefully get up to an additional hit point relatively soon. Down the hatch. Okay. Yeah, good. We waited for the spawn on the right side first before, whoops, doing that. That was unfortunate. That would have given me an additional hit point if we caught that projectile accurately. Yeah, if we smack it, it seems like we preserve the platform. And that would be the point of doing it. We're getting better at this. I think we're in good shape. Nope. Didn't watch the hammer cue. Bad start. Let's do it again.
Good day for a swell battle. Now go.
Well, still a good day for a small battle after all those failures. Going to miss that one. Ooh, no. Didn't like that position at all. That was really not compatible with the geese crossing timing. That's okay. Still on 3. Could be worse. Looks like we've already replenished 2 points and taken 2 points, so... we'll smack everything we can as it comes out. Oh no, tried to dash over. That was not wise, but if we get an additional pink projectile at some point, we'll get our last additional heart for this battle. Get back into 2 HP, which is equivalent to a lot of our best runs earlier on. That'll take me to this phase, and then, yes, we'll watch for the guy coming out the right side first. Whoa, okay. Drumstick zoned me out completely. And, whoa, okay. Just got smacked by everything.
This match will get red hot.
That's alright.
Here goes.
Nope. Way too early on the timing. That time. Let's redo it.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
So it's pretty clear that I'm not going to be on pace to finish the DLC content in this sitting, but we'll likely be continuing tomorrow. We'll stay for as many fights as I can today, obviously, but probably not going to do a full clear in one sitting. And that's okay, because I did kind of plan for that worst case scenario where we honestly don't do too well. Okay, there we go. Got a heart off of that guy. 4 HP going into this round. Feeling pretty good about that. I'm just taking the 1 hit so far. Okay, projectiles on the right side. Great. That's perfect. The guy's even moving in that direction. Yeah, just gotta watch the chicken bones. Nope. Nope, just straight into one of the projectiles once again. trying to work in some additional projectiles, and that's a knockout. There we go. 2 HP remaining. We'll see how the heart parry item is worked into the HP calculation now. Whether I don't get any bonus because I've taken 3 hits. No, you actually do get a bonus for your remaining health pool, which is excellent because that makes going for scores significantly easier, and that's going to be an A- coming out of this on our first clear. Too bad about the super meter. I just didn't manage to land a hit after the super shot. But that's what happens. Thank you for the GG. Well, let's see what's next. I will try to stay for at least one more fight. But that'll depend on whether it's going to be one of the main fights or something else on the side, like another chess piece. We got the gnome berries. We will snap that. So we could go up to see the next chess fight, but I do want to see what some of this stuff is at least. Mortimer Freeze, okay. We'll see what the ghost down there is as well. I wonder if the stats guy is doing anything for me yet. Nope. Doesn't look like there's a way across yet, so we'll get there eventually. I do see an ominous looking aeroplane. Sure, let's see what the third King's fight is going to be. Okay, so fight number 3. New challenger lies just beyond that door. Oh, it looks like it will be the bishop this time if you look at the central piece. Will it actually move diagonally? We're about to find out. So yeah, likely you have to take out every piece type. The bishop is going to send candles everywhere, but will the candles move diagonally? Nope. Hang on. So if I put out fire, what happens? Now the fire looks like it's hazardous, but it also looks like I can put it out, which we'll see. This is going to be a multi-phase fight though, so maybe I need to dash around them to blow them out or something. Or dash into them, yeah. That seems to work. Nope, that does not seem to work. So I can just run directly into the candles from below, but not above. The heads move diagonally, yeah, that's very important. That's an observation. Yeah, candles I can take out from below. The bells I should avoid entirely, by the looks of it.
Good day for a swell battle. You're up.
I mean, technically, if he's moving like a bishop, shouldn't half the board be a safe zone? That is never touched. Yeah, the bells move diagonally as well. Everything is diagonal. Appropriately so. I currently don't see what the candles interact with. I am just blowing them out instinctively. I think I'm not allowed to touch them from up top, but that hitting them from below is just fine. It's going to take a little bit of experimentation to find out. Blow out all the candles? Ah, no, I see. You blow out all the candles and that makes them vulnerable. So the objective is to take out the candles. And then I can hit. I get it. And yeah, like you said, Shams Salmarif, if I've read that correctly, his head gets pink when all the candles are out. We managed to figure that out and get nearly to the end of what is apparently phase 2, although I don't really see a phase transition in terms of the movement pattern. So we'll hop around the board, avoid some bells, and we'll just try to outpace candles as they light up. Means that the movement pattern is actually pretty gentle to predict as well. This is looking a lot more manageable than a night fight so far. Probably because it's not as dependent on countering the pattern, at least not yet. It's getting a little dicey now, though, of course. Whoops, let's not run into him directly. Kind of blew that just as it was getting good. But this actually seems a lot more doable than a night. I mean, with Knight, you could play it as patiently as you want. It's just that it was very easy to be incautious and run into everything and misread the pattern. Here, you just need to watch the projectiles. It's very familiar Cuphead tech. I probably should just drop through the altar. Speaking of which, you can just drop below if necessary instead of running around. It's not immediately obvious simply because it's a very solid-looking platform. But that's how it works. Whoops. Let's not run into everything. So yeah, we should use the drop to navigate this a little bit more effectively. Okay, great. Whoops. Totally blew that. And I got zoned out in the corner. I'm actually not too worried about this now. There we go. Whoops. There we don't. And what do we have here? Yeah, just need to watch carefully. Okay, there we go. A lot of it is just about planning a path. I say as I completely bungle it. Nope. Bad planning. Reasonably close, though.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
Could be a lot worse. Okay. Keep forgetting to just do the platform drop. Nope. There we go. That's okay. As with the previous fights, no need to be perfect just yet. When there's eventually a boss rush, we will need to, but for now, we can afford to have a fairly generous margin of error. Nope, not that generous, though. Let's not be too complacent here. Okay. There we are. And everything's going to light up. This is probably the first time that we've seen that happen so far, so must be on the final phase.
This match will get red hot.
Oh yeah, we can do this. Just a lot of projectiles to watch at once, but one of the keys to this is to not get cornered. And of course, just hit accurately every time, which is easier said than done given how much trouble with my bounce timing I've had today. Sometimes you can weave directly into him if you know that you've gotten the last candle. So, very stylish when you do that, in fact. Whoops. Rammed straight into him.
A brawl is surely brewing. Now go.
Yeah, this fight has a lot less dead time as when you're trying to counter the knight, so... Partly because there's this continuous fluid movement to it, rather than waiting for counter opportunities. Whoops, wow, that was awful. That was also awful. Two completely unnecessary hits there. Nope. Sometimes I'm jumping too close and not doing the double tap very accurately.
Here goes.
I'm feeling quite good about this one, though. Okay. Just wait for an opportunity. The movement patterns are fairly easy to predict. There's just a lot of movement. Just need to leave ample space for myself to get a bounce instead of going too close in. And then we'll just try to stay out of the way. Okay. Nope, missing. Yeah, going from below is sometimes a bit of an issue for me. I didn't realize just how dependent I was on pea sugar until I started running into some of this trouble. And whoa, we have a chest raid, which is extremely appropriate given the circumstances. We'll acknowledge that in just a moment. Thank you so much, Chess WC. Hope you've been doing well. Perfect timing, as you can see, because we're fighting the bishop. So, welcome to the raiders. We've taken out the pawns. We've taken out the knights. This guy, though, is not very obedient about staying on the light squares and dark squares, one at a time. Whoop. So yeah, I hope your stream went well. I don't know what it was you were playing in the retro selection, but I trust it was something interesting and that you had plenty of opportunity to break out the keyboard as well, as you often do. Okay, let's pop something down here. And let's pay attention. So, okay, Chess, you were also playing this and getting through the chess boss. And you checked out one of the Mega Man games, I see. Wily Wars, okay. That is not something I've played in the Mega Man canon. Whoops. Good way to follow up a chess fight, I suppose. There we go. A little bit sloppy this round. Down to 1 HP already. Whoops. It's like Mega Man 1 through 3 in Sega. Yeah, I don't remember all of the different kind of ports and rebrandings because Mega Man was so saturated for a while back in the late 80s, early 90s. I used to know this stuff, but it's been a while since I've revisited the series. I haven't gone back to the older games since playing Mega Man 11, back when it came out a few years ago, in fact. But I should go back to some of the ones I haven't played. Like, I did play a lot of the originals in various ports and configurations. Whoops. But I was missing a few. I don't think I ever played 10. I played 9 on Wii. Alright, getting very sloppy here. Let's actually get the hit down. Okay, this will be the final pattern. Knockout. There we go. You beat 2 bosses and played the cactus level. Okay. I have not played the cactus level. I've beaten 2 bosses and I've beaten the chess fights up to the bishop. And yeah, Wing Zero, hope you've been doing well as well. Good to have you back here. Was it Valiant Victory I bestow riches unto thee? We'll have enough to buy a new weapon. Not that we've done anything with the electric weapon that we picked up not long ago. Okay, so we'll probably do another boss. That may or may not be all I have time for, but we might pick up a new weapon as well just to try it out and expand our range of options. And thank you so much for the follow. So there's a twist up and there's a crack shot. I'm just wondering about what's going to complement our existing selection well. If we do crack shot, it'll probably replace the boomerang as our straight shot option. Rapid fire with arced pathway. I feel like the twist up might actually be a little more interesting in terms of positioning. Not that I've ever really used the arced weapons like the lobber very much, because I do find them a little bit situational. Someone was recommending the crack shot earlier. That's okay, we'll eventually collect enough money for a bunch of these, even though I was missing 1 coin in the original vanilla game. Let's go twist up.
Goodbye.
And Wingzo, you're not sure you've been here before? Yeah, well, welcome regardless. I'm mostly a Mario Maker streamer, but I've been in the past streaming word games like Scrabble from time to time, which had a fair number of viewers that overlap substantially with people who watch chess streams, for instance. And so there are a whole bunch of interconnections and networks within networks on Twitch where everything just eventually goes full circle. Yeah, so... Oh, this must be the cactus, okay. I didn't even see the cactus boss. Esther Winchester. So we can do cactus first, or we can do the... What is it? This guy over here. I'll decide in a moment. I'll probably try out a new weapon first. Snow Cult Scuffle. Well, we can pick desert or we could pick ice, but before I do that, I'm going to try out the weapon. Just to see what we're dealing with here. And get a sense of it. I actually should have considered switching to Chalice to get a chance to test out the specials in a practice environment as well. Okay, there we go. Okay, interesting. So it's an upward arc, which would actually make it an interesting match with a lobber if you just never want to shoot straight. Now, what happens if you arc this? If you arc it down, like a down diagonal, that basically counts as a straight shot. Interesting. This might be interesting. Maybe I should just replace the electric weapon then, because this one is going to be long range. And it's going to allow me to hit things from below, which is important sometimes, because I'm likelier to be below an enemy than above. I think I'll switch to it. We'll see what its special is like as well. And yeah, Chess, you have to go. Thank you so much for bringing your viewers in with you. And good luck with the rest of the game yourself. Okay, let's see here. Oh yeah, no, loadout. We're going to go back to our old favorite, the roundabout here, but then I'm going to switch to Twist Up. for our secondary, and we'll see what the special is like eventually. I feel like I want to stay with the heart ring. The heart ring was a pretty essential part of getting us through the previous fight. Let's do cactus. I actually didn't even check the cactus to see if this was a fight until you mentioned the cactus just now, so I could have easily skipped over Esther Winchester. And we'll probably only have time for one more tonight, so we'll do it. We'll see how it goes. It looks like there might be...
Here's a real high bout.
Well, we'll take a look at a scorecard later, but anyway, here's the cow. Oh, yes, this is the cow that's... somebody was talking about earlier. And it's going to be our first flight fight, so the weapons don't actually matter. These always take a little bit of adjustment just to get my positioning straight. I actually didn't have too much trouble with the shoot-'em-up style airplane fights in the original one.
A great slam and then some. It's on.
At least less than some people seem to be having. But it always takes a little bit of adjustment just to get the moveset going again and understand the dodges. This is a lot of projectiles, though. Y'all took quite the fall, I suppose, this last call. Oh, yes, it is. This boss has some wild later phases. Looking forward to it.
Now go.
Okay, we need to actually dodge. Wow, this is a lot of stuff going on. Dynamite, there's cactus. The dynamite splits, so we need to watch that. So the ink shot seems to arc upwards. Let's not do too much with the weapon switching right now. Let's just stay on a straight shot until I understand what the dodging patterns are going to be like. So yeah, okay. I see that pattern now. We need to watch out for the cactus split down below. Lasso is going to pull the cactus back. Dynamite is going to split in the arc like that. Oh, whoops. Needed to deflect. That's okay. This is just a matter of reading everything we can. Yeah, so we just need to kind of stay at mid to long range for the ink shot. I prepared y'all a tomb right inside my vacuum. Well, we didn't even get to see that phase, so...
This match will get red hot.
This match will get red hot. Oh, yes, it will. Is that even... Oh, it's snake oil. I see. Because she's a snake oil salesman. Poor Cactus. What did he do to deserve that? So yeah, it totally says snake oil on the
A brawl is surely brewing.
apparent ink plots. Okay, so there's this one guy... Okay, I see where the cactus shot is coming from. It's from the one guy who makes his way across. So we should actually kill him on his way over, instead of letting him shoot me from behind. And then we just need to kind of stay head on, I think, for snake oil shot. You can also see the bird flying in the background when it's getting ready to do the dynamite fly past. So if you're attentive to the background art, which I'm not, you can kind of see it coming. Maybe, or at least you can see when it's not going to be a worry. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of lead time before he flies into the picture and then flies off screen. Okay, I should switch to the lob if I'm flying up above, but we'll work that into our pattern as we understand the dodging better. Okay, dynamite's coming down. Yeah. We just stay medium high for the most part. Okay, here's the vacuum phase. The vacuum is going to vacuum up a bunch of the money. All these money bags from recent bank robberies, I'm sure. Notice the wanted poster that is on the saloon. Taking over a saloon with your own wanted poster, now that's something that takes some skill. We can respect that. Dynamite's coming down. Let's watch the Dynamite split pattern. Dynamite split pattern tends to kind of narrow down after the first split. Okay, vacuum phase. We got here cleanly. We haven't really been working deflections into this just yet. Let's look for anything pink. Oh. Recent bank robberies. Would like a word with that. And oops. Okay, so when a safe falls on the ground, it's going to do a diagonal split. That gets the coins going. Phase 1's going better. We had a clean phase 1 for once, so... We stay at medium range. We watch the dynamite split, rather. And we just need to take out the flying, spitting enemies as they come in. We can even get some additional shots in if we're careful. Okay, vacuum phase. Not much that I can hit here, I don't think, but we need to stay reasonably centered so we have some advanced notice of any projectiles coming my way. It's going to be diagonal explosions no matter what the projectiles are going to be. Occasionally it's these large gold bars, occasionally it's coins. Well, as the saying goes, just like a tune to drop a safe on a guy's head. Whoops. Let's get over here. Dynamite is going to split. Then we stay on top of the original explosion location to dodge the 2 split after the 3 split. Yeah. Whoop. This is very much a dodging exercise. I haven't seen anything pink that I can hit. But maybe we're not being most attentive. Maybe there's a pink projectile that comes from the cows if we're careful with that. So now I need to figure out how to watch the falling anvils, because that's been the main thing that I've had trouble with. So I'm not going to worry too much about shots at this point. We should prioritize dodging. Also, notice that my charm still works. And we got 1 heart replenishment from the parry. So it looks like this is going to be a very powerful item to have. Also, look at this. There's a steak here to go to sausages or what have you. Acme beans, I guess. Beans. Of course, because it's a cowboy level. We should actually stay high and lob for this. You can see from the projectiles where the beans are going to go, whether they're going up or down. Let's be franks here. I'm your worst nightmare, so... So they're sausages, not beans, but they're in tins of beans for some reason. Anyway. It made sense back in the Old West. Very appropriate to have a Western-style level in Cuphead, given just what a dominant genre this was in the early half of the 20th century. Electrocuted, you're describing that as the worst phase? Well, that's how the sausage is made. Whoops. It's the closest thing that this game has to a Link level. Anyway, let's... Okay, getting shot by everything there. Oh, because we had dynamite during the vacuum transition. So, that didn't go that well.
A great slam and then some.
I think if I let the cows go for projectiles from the back, that might potentially get me something pink. That's the likeliest candidate in phase 1. I feel like I saw a pink projectile at some point. But if we leave them alive, yeah, you can see, you can actually grab a heart off of that. So we should leave them alive until I get something pink, or maybe it comes in a sequence where it's always the second one, or something like that. which would be in keeping with how some Cuphead fights have worked in the past. That there's a specific projectile in the sequence that's going to give you an opportunity to parry. I'm failing miserably in some of these early phases because I am still reading the pattern and just trying to get a better sense of what we can do with it. So let's take out the first one and let's leave the second cow and see what... Oh, never mind. We killed it. Let's leave the third one and see what happens. Yeah, I think it's always going to be the second one if I'm not mistaken. So we'll leave the second one alive. We'll see if there are any additional projectiles to work with. And we'll learn it piece by piece. Previous record in this fight appears to be phase 3. Okay, so we'll take this guy out. We'll leave the next one. No, we won't leave the next one, apparently. That's okay. Other opportunities will arise. And we'll just make sure we dodge the dynamite. I say as I get hit by the dynamite.
Good day for a well battle. You're up.
Okay, so dodge the dynamite. Whoa, that's a lot going on. Yeah, shooting the dynamite bird does nothing. I don't think you can actually do much with him. I'm underusing the dodge in this fight so far. There's not a lot that is necessary for in this phase. Usually I try not to dodge too much because I don't want to lose positional control if I need to make some kind of last-minute adjustment. Okay, let's leave the second one. No, it's not going to be pink. So, that's okay. I'm glad we checked. So it is random whether it will be a pink projectile. Okay, that does make sense. So, let's dodge the money bags. Dodge the safe and the projectile from time to time. Okay. Grab a heart off of that. Great. Back up to 2 hearts. Very necessary. I feel like a heart ring might actually be overpowered. Relative to some of the ones in the base game. But of course, if people are dependent on the invisible dodge or invisible dash, that would be something they'd have to sacrifice. But I think compared to the auto parry of the pea sugar item that I was originally using, it's definitely an improvement. Particularly on the aerial fights where it's not like I would be jumping into any of those pink spots anyway. Okay, just need to watch projectiles. You've got plenty of warning. You just need to be careful when multiple projectiles intersect like that. Yep, nope. Once again, the vacuum kind of overlapping with the money bag phase here. Also, I haven't really been using the missile. And the nice thing about the missile is that it does actually give me a moment of invulnerability if we're having a particularly difficult dodge phase to deal with, as long as I don't get hit along the way, because it does explode on contact. That's okay, we're gradually working more techniques into the fight. And Electro Dude, you're exactly right, the stakes are high. I guess you could say that fights like this are a very rare treat. Whoops. And let's see here. Okay, we're not up to 5 cards yet, but once we are, I think the safe dodging phase is a good part to be using the special. Oh, I think I actually did have that detect as a hit, unfortunately. There are some pink coins. Surely that's something we've learned from Mario Maker, how to pick up pink coins from time to time. We can even get some missiles down. I wonder if the stake is pink enough to be deflectable, in fact. Nope, that one is, though. Okay. It's a very quick fight here. Prairie dog sausages, I see. We avoid the peppers. There is a pink pepper in there somewhere, but we were pretty far from it. That seems to be the last phase. A gal can t'enjoy a moment's peace without you meddling.
Good day for a well battle. You're up.
Hey, doing pretty well so far. We're learning it. Whoa. As far as bullet hells go, yeah, we actually missed an opportunity to pick up a heart there. But we'll try to muddle through. This is probably not going to be a great attempt, as predicted.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
A grand slam. Got pretty decent range on the bombardment. So, okay, I gotta watch the dynamite. Watch dynamite again because we're going to get into the vacuum phase pretty soon here. I guess my shot accuracy must not be very good. We haven't been building too much meter. We'll do it here to avoid the safe phase. Okay, that was within range to get some damage done. Not great, but whoops. Yeah, once again. Okay. You just need to probably use it to dodge a little better in some parts of this phase. I was trying to get a deflection on the pink steak that was cooked medium rare. Whoops. But that was an unfortunate miss. So, high-class battle again. Let's watch the dynamite. Yeah, just a lot of different projectiles to watch at once. You just need to track what's going on at any given time. You know that dynamite is coming, for instance, so you get ready for it. Snake Mob itself is not too bad to deal with. Okay, so we kind of want a bit of a centered position here to deal with the vacuum. And then we totally miss. That's okay, got up to 4 hearts. That's better than usual. Except we do need to dodge a little bit here to get out of that accurately. And this is a longer save phase than usual, which tells me that we weren't really doing that well. Okay, down to 1 HP. We need to get some deflections going soon. Just watch the sausage positioning if we can. Just tried to deflect against that, but I was not very good at watching the stake position, so... Yeah, once again, just missing a deflection every time. And we had charged back up to 5 cards at that point, so... We did have the opportunity to get out of that with the... Whoops. Let's redo this. With the missile. You can also use the homing special if you are switching to bombs first, but so with a lot of other elements on screen, that's sometimes not the best idea. Okay, dynamite. And snake oil. And the snake oil even has a snake-like pattern. which is very appropriate. They thought of everything. Okay, let's get ready to dodge from time to time. We're not up to 5 cards yet. I don't know if that was close enough to do any real damage, but we'll take it. It seemed like it might have been within range if you look at the artwork, but I don't know how much that can be trusted. We do, unfortunately, take 1 hit. Okay. Oh, let's try to maintain position here. We're getting smacked, though. Yeah, mid-range might not be a good idea against that guy. We might actually want to go for a bombardment on top. On the sausage phase, so let's try again. Okay. Nope. Could be doing a lot better here. Usually you don't get the cactus on top like that. Let's restart this.
Good day for a well battle. It's on.
That's okay. Yeah, Snake Oil you can usually afford to go between. Dynamite usually just requires 1 repositioning partway through. But you just need to do that in conjunction with other projectiles, and this is going to be a bust. Let's just redo it.
A brawl is surely brewing. Here goes.
Yeah, I know I can do this phase cleanly. I may as well just do it cleanly or not at all. I got lucky with the dynamite that time. Alright, let's try it again. Nope. Vacuum phase with dynamite still active. That's unfortunate, but we'll manage. Go, got a heart. And we're gonna go right next to her for the special. That was pretty well positioned as far as specials go. Oh, missed the deflection on that guy. Now for the steak phase, or the sausage phase, rather. Yeah, we'll go for the lob for this, and if ever I can't get up high, we'll deal with it. I feel like this is a significantly better approach. We do need 1 additional parry to get a heart, only to lose it. Let's get lots of opportunities for pink there. 1 more actually would have given me the additional heart I needed, and in fact I was on 5 cards. I should have gone for the missile at that point if I had noticed. We were close enough to the end that it could have made a fairly sizable impact in terms of getting me to the end of the fight, so we'll do that once again. Watch the dynamite. Yeah, the dynamite, if you just stay far away from it, you can be decently positioned against both rounds. It's not always going to happen, though. Okay, watch the dynamite. And we'll just watch the meter here, wait for 5 cards. There we go, got some health. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is a fairly busy phase. I think it makes sense to use the special here if we can. We'll save up for the next special because it will likely be quite beneficial. We'll go for the lob in this phase as we did before. I think it was a pretty significant improvement. There we go, actually managed to smack 1 for once. Nope. We're in a little bit of trouble now. And just a little bit early, I think, on a deflection there. As it circled around into me. And Wing Zero, you enjoy your breakfast. I'm sure this level in particular put you in a mood for some breakfast, so get yourself some sausage and eggs.
Good day for a well battle. And begin.
And, okay, let's try to... Oh, missed a chance to get some pink there. Let's watch the dynamite, stand back. More dynamite coming. Oh, no. Bad spot to stand. Surely I must be pretty close to phase 2 at this point. And here's the vacuum. Let's go straight in. Watch the pink. And we've managed to get smacked by coins by being too close to the edge of the screen. That's not too productive, rather. Let's... Oh, no. There we go. I actually managed to smack one. Only 1 HP left, though. We'll need to be careful and get the next deflection for sure. There we go. Got a heart. 2 HP going into this phase. Let's get as many deflections as we can. If we can parry 3 of those, we'll have hearts in no time. But it was a little out of position for the links there. I should have gone for the special once again. But I was trying to replenish hearts at that point. It was maybe not best. Wing Zero, you might have made some hot wings true to your name. But if you make some wings, are you no longer Wing Zero? No need to answer that, just have your breakfast. And thank you for coming by the stream. Whoops.
This match will get red hot. Here goes.
Okay, there we go. Could be worse. Let's watch the dynamite as well as the projectile coming out back. And let's be on the lookout for some pink coinage. Nice big pink gold bar that we're just going to flat out miss. There we go. Going to avoid dodging all this stuff by going for the missile. That was actually pretty good use of the missile there. Quite happy with how that went, despite the early hit that we took. Missing the opportunity to parry that one, but yeah, I'm still not reading this stake pattern very well when it comes out, so we just need to be extra cautious. And just dodge out of that immediately, I think. Okay. If it looks like I'm in trouble, we're going to first of all pick up a heart. And then we are going straight in. And not enough for a heart yet, but that looks like it actually would have been a replenishment right there, and we were right from the end, so...
A great slam and then some.
Getting extremely close here. Just a bad judgment at the end. Actually, no, just a miss at the end. If we had managed to smack that last pink pepper, that would have been a fight. because it would give me an extra safety net of 1 heart, and we were just a few shots from the end. So I think saving 5 cards for that phase is ideal. That using the first super on the bank robbery vacuum phase and using the second super in the final phase is ideal. So the main thing that we need to improve is dodging the stake. Because that seems to be the major liability right now. And maybe we'll have to get back there to practice that, given that this attempt is not going well. Oh, whoops. Missed, and then we got it safe on the head for our trouble.
A real high-class bout.
Here's a real high-class bout. Okay, that was kind of lucky on a dynamite there. I did not expect to do that one. Whoop. Nah, no, this is a wash.
Here's a real
We have the ability to regain health, but
It's on.
I'd rather not muddle through it if we're getting off to that bad a start. Oh, missed the opportunity to score the parry over there. We'll make a bit of a mess of this as we get into the vacuum phase. That's okay, only 1 hit in so far. We'll just have to replenish that heart as soon as we can. Ooh, this is not good. And I missed that completely.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
We'll get there. Honestly, I think this is one of the easier aerial fights. Once you learn to read it. I think it's very much on par with
Good day for a well battle.
some of the ones that we see in the mid-game of the original set of bosses. Okay, let's get back in here. Whoop, close one. Need some lucky breaks sometimes to be short of a decent attempt. Let's watch the meter here. Gonna cash in and then boom. Maybe a little earlier than I needed, given that the safe pattern is something that I'll want to dodge. But this has been one of the better attempts so far as we get into the sausage phase with 4 HP. So, dodging the stick, or parrying the stick, is a very auspicious start. So yeah, understanding what kind of distance to keep is going to be key here. And picking up some health again. And then just doing some weapon swapping to get in position. This is the best attempt we've had. And getting into this outer position, in fact, for the lob shot is practically going to cheese this, and how else do you solve sausages but cheesing them? So we're going to finish with 4 HP. Imperfect because of that hit that we took at the very end, but that is going to be all there is to this. How do we do for time? Decent on time. You know, that's going to be an A+ just from the heart replenishment, if I'm not mistaken. That's the first A+ we've had today. So very clean at the end there. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, I would like to run long today, given that we actually have a decent viewership, but we'll have to see, because maybe it would make sense to maybe do one more of the chess fights instead of a full boss, and then we'll save the full bosses for the next session after that, because at this point if we start something, we don't know if it's going to take an hour or what. Say, young fry, I'm hot on a trail of a mystery, but I'm stumped. That contest of skill, that broken artifact, this eerie graveyard. I have discovered potent astral energy in all of these places. There must be an order and method to it. Maybe so. The hangar, I think, is just part of the airplane fight. So yeah, we will not do the 2 remaining bosses that we see just yet. So it's just bosses 3 and 4 in this zone. I think it would make sense to save them for tomorrow. We suspect and have plenty of reason to believe that chess is going to be a boss rush, so we'll maybe see one additional chess fight and then call it after that today. Okay, rooks are next. A clash of force and finesse awaits you this fine day. Let's see it.
A great slam and then some.
Okay.
Now go.
Well, that is a very threatening looking rook. Well, these fights are all about the deflection, so... Also, one thing I didn't do in previous fights that I really should have thought about is just taking my finger off of... my thumb, rather, off of the Y button, because I don't need to shoot anything. And I have much better button control over my jump if I'm not trying to shoot things at the same time. So yeah, we need to deflect these back towards him, so anything we bounce to the right, we just keep on bouncing. Beating you, he says, was rather straightforward. So he's going to dream of a guillotine, by the looks of it. Oh, because of all these heads, yeah, I see. There we go. So we smack that into him directly, that's a hit, yep. So this is just going to be purely a deflection fight. And then we just need to watch our feet. Yeah, because even in all the previous fights with the pawn, knight, and the bishop, I was holding down the Y button the whole time because this is just my habit when it comes to this game. The deflection direction matters, by the way. Okay. Do still need to do the dash from time to time. Whoops. I don't know why I'm behaving as though I have a double jump. I obviously don't. Yeah, so you do need to tap these in the correct direction to bump them.
A great slam and then some. You're up.
So he's going to dream of the guillotine once again. We'll just tap him on the left. And then 3 hits very quickly. As with the previous chess fights, we'll probably try to play relatively passively until we have a better sense of what to do. But then, yeah, that's going to hit. It looked like it was rather low, but we managed to get that. Okay. Sometimes dashing into the deflection is the best idea. And sometimes it is not. These looks like they're all rather long shots in this phase. That's still phase 2, so we've got
This match will get red
lots to go as far as the rook is concerned. Now, thematically speaking, though, why is the rook a grindstone? Is it because he's an executioner? Well, he is an executioner, but I'm not sure. If thematically this is as obvious to me as the other chess pieces we've seen up to this point. But I guess that knight didn't really move in an L shape either, so it's not like everything is very strictly chessy, apart from the pawns and the bishop, perhaps. And it's not even like the pawns were doing much in the way of diagonal captures, or en passant. Whoops. Actually, they were doing plenty of en passant in terms of sniping me out of nowhere when I wasn't paying attention to how I was crossing their path. Okay, 2 shots quickly. Just need to watch the grindstone down below. It's easier said than done sometimes, given that my positioning isn't always the best. Yeah, damage avoidance is still going to be the priority here. And eventually all of these shots are going to be long shots, so we do need to make sure we maintain position. I hit that a little too high, unfortunately. Oops. Nope. Yeah, past a certain point I wasn't hitting anything at all, unfortunately.
Here's a real high-class bout. Here goes.
Now you have to wonder what the queen is going to be. But we'll get there eventually. I'll probably just finish on the rook today. And okay, let's dump another one on him. Okay. That's quite a nice trombone line in the score here, by the way. Whoops. I guess the trombone makes sense here in this fight because, like the Executioner's Dungeon, the soundtrack is full of bones. Now let's knock back everything else we can. That was not the one I was going for. This one's not going too well. Need to use the dash a little bit better. Yeah, so this is very sensitive to your positioning relative to a lot of the other parry mechanics we've seen in the past. So occasionally some of my deflections are not quite going exactly where I would like, just from being a little off on where I make contact.
It's on.
Nope. That's a bad start. Let's just redo it from scratch.
High-class bout. Now go.
Okay. That's going to miss, but that's going to make contact just fine. That's okay. That felt like it was coming a bit low, but... Whoops. That should do it. This one here. Nope, it doesn't. A little bit off angle. We're going to have to do quite a bit better than this to get some of these long deflections in. Part of it is just getting into the rhythm of avoiding the sparks from the grindstone down below. Okay. Now, what does it mean that some of these skulls were already bare? That it's like he's beheading existing skeletons for practice, which is very disturbing. Hey, we were actually probably about one shot from the end. Beating me was pretty straightforward.
Here goes.
Yeah, I guess the phase transition markers are just different attacks that are woven into this, be it the skull, grindstone, or whatever else. Alright, let's run this. Nope. Way out of position so far. Yeah, I think the trick is to just understand that jumping has to be fairly rhythmic. And that there's going to be quite a great deal of regularity to the bottom pattern. With the sparks coming out. The rest of it is just understanding when I'm going to be on target. And, of course, not missing the jump button when I do need to get the deflection down. Which has been a repeated problem. Whoops. Chess Bunzo coming in with a party of 3. Welcome. Chess Bunzo, you're the second chess-named streamer to have come in today.
Here's a real high
In the middle of one of the chess-themed fights in this game. We are facing off against a rook right now. We already defeated the pawn, the knight, and the bishop.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
And, yeah, clearly, we've been thematically on point. We didn't really get any sausage streamers earlier when we were doing the sausage fight, though, which is unfortunate. But no, the chess people have been showing up, for sure. And in this case, Chess Bunzo has been screaming Scrabble. I hope that's been going well. That also reminds me, I completely forgot to check my Battle Royale stats before... I think the season reset was supposed to be today, as it comes out of the Alpha Season 0. I haven't played in quite a long time, but I was going to check my records because I was in the top league or whatever, even though I wasn't quite close to the top of the leaderboard where you get to add a word to the dictionary. I'll have to see if the reset has happened after I'm off stream, in fact. Sleeping viewers still count? Yeah.
Here's a real high-class.
I put enough people to sleep regularly that that's absolutely expected, especially given the overnight time slot that I tend to occupy. This is likely the last fight that I'll be doing today, though, on the stream before I have to log off. So we still have 2 bosses left to do, and a bit more of the chess fights as well, so... probably a good segment of content to leave for tomorrow. As far as plans after that go, this weekend, as far as Mario Maker goes, it looks like the GDQ relay at Summer Games Done Quick is currently scheduled to run into my usual stream time. So what we'll be doing is I will not be starting stream on the Saturday to Sunday slot until the GDQ relay is done. After it's done, we'll hopefully be doing a bit of a GDQ Maker special, since a lot of the regulars who are friends of the stream are contributing levels to the relay, and it would be fun if any of them can stick around to have a bit of director's commentary. It's going to be a bad time for a lot of them, but if we can get some of them in on that day, and we can go through some of their levels the slow way, I think that'll be a blast. And if we have time for a viewer queue, we'll do that too, but we'll see how things go. That's currently the plan for this weekend. We'll do Cuphead again tomorrow if we can, and The Mario Maker posted GDQ special the day after that.
A brawl is surely brewing.
And Electric Dude, I'm glad you find my voice soothing, but I notice you are still awake. Whoops. Let's go back. Maybe this was the plan all along for Cuphead to get attention from the chess people as well. Whoa, okay. Hang on. Yeah, this has been a pretty poor series of deflections. Let's just try to muddle through the rest of this and see if we can get through the later phases, and the answer is no.
A great slam and then some. Here goes.
It would be very concerning if I put Mr. Electrodude to sleep, given that in his time zone this is a morning show. And okay, 2 hits. Excellent. Just need to be extra careful. Yeah, from what I've seen of these fights so far, doing a chess piece boss rush, as we expect will happen at the end of it, should actually be pretty viable. You need to be fairly careful, but all of these fights can be played very safely. They don't really require you to be aggressive, apart from maybe the night fight. Okay. Getting a little busy in this zone, though. And of course, if you just start with 3 hit points for the whole thing, there's only so much room for mistakes. Not at a knockout yet, but we must be getting close. A knockout, there we go. Collector Dude, you're actually very tired. Wednesday was the presentation of your thesis. Well, congratulations on getting past that. Now you can just hang out on Cuphead streams. With this valiant victory, I bestow riches onto thee. How many riches? 2 coins. Not much. And now away with you. So it's just going to be the queen and possibly the king himself after that. Probably the king himself. I don't imagine he'd just sit back and watch. Possibly you need to do the boss rush first to face the king, which would be very much in keeping with how the other king in this game, King Dice, works. So yeah, pretty good viewership for this game today, thanks in large part to all the raids that we received from, what was it, MGM1, Chess WC, Chess Bunzo, everybody coming in, bringing a lot of viewer interest to this game on the first day of the Delicious Last Course. So, like I said, we have whatever remains of the chess content, as well as these 2 remaining fights on the DLC Island. We'll hopefully get those done tomorrow. Afterwards, we'll decide with any remaining time what we do, whether we want to go for some more A+, or possibly play around with Miss Chalice a bit, since we haven't really given her much of a run yet, and there is, as I believe, an achievement that creates an incentive to take Miss Chalice back to some of the content on the original island. So if you look at the new achievements, there are 2 rows that have been added. Inkwell Isle, A rank, we're actually on track for that. I think A rank for this achievement does in fact include A-. If you look at the golden flags on the levels coming up for A- as well as A. Miss Chalice has a defeat 10 bosses achievement, which does, once again, require you to go through some of the earlier game. And King of Games is the chess series, and We got something else unlockable here, but as before, it might be the S ranks, as with some of the other things in the base game that we have not actually finished. Oh yes, the chef quest. I feel like that has something to do with the unidentified relic, but we haven't seen what. Oh, here's the S rank achievement. Get S rank on one stage. That's fine. You just need to get expert for that. We won't unlock expert, I think, until we've actually finished the island itself, if the precedent of the main game is any indication. Defeat a boss without killing any of its minions. We'll have to figure out who we want to attempt that with if we do it eventually. That's very interesting given how minion heavy most of these fights are. 9 HP I think requires you to... well, you can't wear the heart ring at the same time as one of the... Oh, you know, I think I know how to do this. This would be on King Dice, because King Dice you can get you up to 6 HP naturally just because of the replenishment along the dice rolls. And you pick up 3 additional hearts with the heart ring item, and that gets you up to 9, because I have gotten up to 6 on King Dice before, I'm pretty sure. And pretty cool secret stuff. Electrocude, I had only heard maybe a day or two ago that there are secret phases in the base game that I've never seen as well. Like alternate phases to some of the existing fights. But good to know that there are more secrets to discover. We'll get there in due course, I think. And yeah, this guy will eventually require the campfire. I don't know if anything has changed with the chef. Let's visit the chef again and see if the dialogue changes, and we'll probably exit from there and call it a day. I saw that we had a little bit of lag and dropped frames on the stream earlier, but hopefully not too severe. Yeah, he's still perfecting the recipe. Well, that's just going to be the result of collecting all of the ingredients. And got 2 more of those to go at least. So at this point, we'll probably just leave you with the overworld music to Inkwell Isle number 4. And we will just call it a stream for now. As usual, we have a Discord if you want to keep up with some of the scheduling day to day, but the pattern is pretty simple. It's going to be Cuphead tomorrow, Mario Maker today after that, and we'll see how much more Cuphead remains for us to stream after that. Great turnout today. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for all the viewership that has stuck around for so long and delivered plenty of GGs to go around with each of the clears that we've seen so far. We've been taking it at a slow and steady pace, but pretty rewarding so far given the grades that we've been able to score. Until next time, I'll be looking for a raid. Thanks for watching. Enjoy this music that's somewhat imitative of Django Reinhardt with this gypsy jazz guitar ensemble that is unique to Isle 4. I'll decide in a moment who to pass you on to, and see you around on Twitch, on Woogles, on Discord, wherever you may be. Have a great day ahead of you. See you again soon, and fare thee well.